Boardroom Bride for the Billionaire by Tyla Walker.
Sometimes becoming a fierce lawyer still doesn't pay all the bills.
Yeah, that's the world we live in today. But you know what does pay the bills?
What?
A billionaire.
You say it like you can just grab one from the pet store.
Well, why not? If these girls can do it, why can't I? Besides, it isn't a pet store. It's a library.
Oh, I see. You mean by grabbing a billionaire book off of Miss Tyla's shelves?
That's right. And I can get bundles at a discount with code SAVE40.
All you have to do is go to tylawalker.com and apply the code to any digital product.
That means audiobooks, ebooks, and my favorite bundles.
You don't want to miss out on these stackable discounts.
Or the heart-racing stories.
This is Tyla Walker's Boardroom Bride for the Billionaire. Chapter 1. Julian. I take a sip of my coffee, the bitter taste waking me up more effectively than any alarm clock. The morning sun streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my penthouse, casting a golden glow over the marble floors. I glance at the tabloids spread across the kitchen island that I picked up from the local newsstand, their glossy covers screaming for attention. Reading the tabloids, which seem to involve me more often than not lately, have become some sort of an unhealthy compulsion for me, for lack of better terms. One headline catches my eye. Julian Hart, more than just a pretty face. I can't help but snort. Pretty face, my ass. Ever since the breakup with Katherine, which seemed to shock the world more than a well-loved boy band breaking up, it feels like I grace their pages daily. I pick up the paper, skimming through the article. At 35, Julian Hart is the youngest ever CEO of Hart Enterprises. Hailing from a wealthy family, Hart didn't rely on daddy's money to climb the corporate ladder. Instead, he used his intelligence and wit to secure his position. Rumor has it, there's a big merger in the works that will be his next major focus. Despite his tough, cold exterior, Hart has been seen multiple times visiting housing for the underprivileged in the city. They always have to mention my family, as if I didn't earn every damn thing I have. And that tough, cold exterior bit, yeah, right. If they only knew. I skimmed the article further, feeling my irritation grow. But can Julian Hart maintain his success without the support of his longtime girlfriend, Katherine Lane? Their high-profile breakup left many wondering if Hart's emotional stability might affect his business acumen. Sources close to the couple say Lane was a grounding force for Hart, often advising him on critical decisions. With her out of the picture, will he still have what it takes to lead Hart Enterprises through the impending merger? I crumple the paper and toss it into the trash. Grounding force. My ass. Katherine had been more interested in my bank account than in me. She loved the spotlight, loved being seen with me at charity galas and business dinners. But when it came to real support, emotional connection, she was as absent as my parents. I lean against the counter, running a hand through my hair. It's not like I haven't heard these questions before. Hell, I ask them myself sometimes. But I've built this company with my own hands, made decisions that have brought us to the brink of this monumental merger. I won't let some tabloid gossip shake me. I toss the paper back on the counter, anger bubbling beneath my calm facade. My phone buzzes on the counter and I see a message from Mark, my COO, meeting at 10 to discuss merger details. I text back a quick confirmation and head to my bedroom to get dressed. The walk-in closet is filled with tailored suits in various shades of gray and navy. I choose one almost at random, slipping into it with practiced ease. I step out into the hallway and head toward my private elevator. The doors slide open with a soft chime, and I press the button for the lobby. Time to get to work. Stepping out of the sleek black town car, I adjust my tie and glance up at the towering glass edifice of Hart Enterprises. The morning sun glints off the windows, casting reflections like sharp daggers. This building, this company, represents everything I fought for. It's my legacy. Inside, the familiar scent of polished marble and fresh coffee greets me. Assistants and employees nod as I stride through the lobby, their eyes a mix of respect and curiosity. They know today's meeting is critical. The elevator doors slide open to the executive floor, revealing the conference room at the end of the hallway. Through the glass walls, I see the board members already seated, their faces a mix of anticipation and skepticism. My pulse quickens slightly, not from nerves but from the thrill of the challenge. I push open the heavy door, my entrance commanding immediate silence. "Good morning," I say, stepping forward with confidence. A murmur of responses greets me as I take my place at the head of the table. The tension in the room thickens as everyone waits for me to speak. "Let's get straight to it," I begin, locking eyes with each member in turn. "We're here to discuss the merger with Argotech." Franklin, one of our longest-serving board members, leans forward, adjusting his glasses. "Julian, there are concerns about this move. Argotech is unproven in our market." I raise an eyebrow. "Unproven? Argotech has revolutionized tech in Europe and Asia. Their innovation pipeline alone is worth billions." "But their leadership is unpredictable," argues Sylvia, her tone sharp. "They're risk-takers," I counter smoothly. "That's what we need right now. Calculated risks that push us ahead of our competitors." A few nods ripple around the table. "Think about our long-term strategy," I continue. "This merger isn't just about expanding our portfolio. It's about securing our future in an increasingly tech-driven world." Franklin clears his throat. "How do you propose we handle potential integration issues?" "We've already mapped out a comprehensive integration plan," I reply, sliding a folder across the table toward him. "We'll retain key talent from both companies to ensure a smooth transition." Silence follows as they digest my words. "We can't afford to stagnate," I press on. "Hard Enterprises needs this merger to stay relevant and competitive." Franklin clears his throat again, but this time his eyes hold a different kind of scrutiny. "Julian, there's another matter we need to address." I lean back in my chair, crossing my arms. "Go on." Sylvia exchanges a look with Franklin before speaking. "Your bachelor status, Julian. Some of our investors are concerned it portrays instability." A ripple of discomfort moves through the room. I keep my face neutral, though irritation bubbles beneath the surface. "Instability?" I let the word hang in the air for a moment before continuing. "My personal life has no bearing on my ability to lead this company." "It's not about your capabilities," Franklin says carefully. "It's about perception. After what happened with Katherine..." I cut him off with a sharp look. "That was nearly a year ago now." "But it was very public," Sylvia interjects, her voice gentler now. "Her criticism of your non-committal nature still lingers in some circles." My jaw tightens at the mention of her. Hearing her name feels like salt being rubbed into a festering, gangrenous wound. "I'm here to talk about the merger, not my past relationships," I say, keeping my tone even. Franklin shakes his head slightly. "We're not questioning your leadership, Julian. We're simply pointing out that some stability in your personal life might reassure our investors." I glare at her, my mind racing. "So what are you suggesting?" Sylvia exchanges a look with Franklin before speaking again. "We need you to present a family-oriented image." "A family-oriented image?" I repeat, incredulous. "You want me to parade around some fake family to appease investors?" Franklin raises a hand to calm me down. "Not a fake family, Julian. Just show that you're capable of maintaining a stable personal life." I scoff, leaning back in my chair. "Perception is reality," Sylvia says quietly. "If the investors see you as unstable or distracted, it could affect their confidence in Hard Enterprises." I rub my temples, feeling a headache coming on. "And how exactly am I supposed to do that? Hire an actress to play my wife? Rent some kids for the weekend?" Sylvia's expression softens slightly. "No one's asking you to be disingenuous, Julian. Just consider the optics. Maybe show that you're open to a serious relationship." "Open to a serious relationship," I repeat slowly, shaking my head in disbelief. Franklin clears his throat again. "Julian, we understand this is an imposition, but it's important for the future of the company." I let out a heavy sigh, realizing I'm cornered. They're not going to let this go. Fine, I say finally, my voice flat. I'll see what I can do. Sylvia smiles faintly, relief evident in her eyes. Thank you, Julian. This will go a long way in reassuring our stakeholders. I nod curtly, feeling like I've just made a deal with the devil. Let's get back to the merger, I say, steering the conversation back to solid ground. The board members slowly turn their attention back to their notes and the presentation in front of them, though I can feel their lingering doubts hanging in the air like an unwelcome specter. I sit back, letting the chatter fade into the background as my mind drifts to the implications of this merger. The tech advancements Argotech brings are groundbreaking. AI, blockchain integration, renewable energy solutions. The possibilities are endless. Hard enterprises could dominate new markets, outpacing competitors by miles. But beneath that excitement lies a nagging discomfort. Katherine's betrayal isn't just a memory. It's a scar that still aches. She knew how much this company meant to me, yet she used our relationship to gain insider information for her own firm. Trust shattered like glass under a hammer. The thought tightens my grip on the leather armrest. I won't let anyone else get that close again. Business is war, and in war, you can't afford to show weakness. Julian? Sylvia's voice cuts through my reverie. I look up, meeting her eyes. Yes? We were discussing the integration timeline, she says cautiously. Right, I reply, straightening up. We need to move fast. 6 months for full integration. Franklin raises an eyebrow. That's ambitious. It's necessary, I counter. We can't afford delays. A few murmurs of agreement ripple through the room. I see Sylvia nodding, but there's something in her eyes. A lingering concern about my personal life affecting my decisions. I push it aside, focusing on the task at hand. We'll draft a more detailed plan for the next meeting, I announce, wrapping up the discussion on my terms. As they start gathering their things, I stay seated, lost in thought. Katherine's betrayal serves as a reminder. Trust no one fully in this world of cutthroat business. Once everyone has left the room, I stand and walk over to the window, looking out over the cityscape below. The view from up here is breathtaking. Skyscrapers stretching as far as the eye can see, each one a testament to ambition and power. I won't let anyone jeopardize what I've built again, not Katherine or anyone else. Hard enterprises will succeed on my terms alone.
Chapter 2. Natalie. I stand at the center of the courtroom, every eye glued to me. The judge's gavel hits the block, signaling the end of another intense session. Miss Carter, Judge Hawkins begins, his tone carrying a rare hint of admiration. Your arguments have been compelling. I give a curt nod, my face an unreadable mask. Inside, though, a current of satisfaction hums. This case has been a grueling battle, but I knew from the start it was one I had to win. Thank you, Your Honor, I reply, my voice steady. The jury files out, and the room buzzes with murmurs. Opposing counsel gathers their papers with tight-lipped frustration. I catch a glimpse of their lead attorney glaring in my direction, before he quickly looks away. Nice work, Natalie, someone mutters as they pass by. I acknowledge it with a brief smile. I stride towards my client, who's sitting rigidly in his chair. His relief is palpable as he stands to shake my hand. Miss Carter, he starts, struggling to find words. You did it? Yes, I reply simply. We did. He gives a small nod before exiting the room, with his family trailing behind him. As I pack up my briefcase, my phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out and see my brother, Mark's name flash on the screen. Sis, Mark's voice comes through with excitement. How'd it go? We won, I say, unable to keep the pride from creeping into my tone. Of course you did, he says with confidence that warms me from the inside out. You're unstoppable. The courtroom begins to empty as other lawyers and clients file out. One by one, they throw curious glances my way. Despite the occasional sexism and skepticism I face here daily, today's victory feels like another hard-earned step forward. As I end the call with Mark and step out of the courthouse, the cold air biting at my cheeks, my phone buzzes again, this time with a message from Emily, my assistant. Emily: I scheduled you a meeting at Hart Enterprises. They seemed rather urgent, but the only time you had available was like, now. So get there ASAP. Also, congratulations. Also, fingers crossed, Hart Enterprises is big. I glance at Emily's message, feeling a jolt of nerves. Hart Enterprises. That's huge. They've been dominating the tabloids lately, with every move dissected and analyzed by the media. And if I'm being honest, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't noticed the face of Hart Enterprises. Julian Hart himself has a really nice face. Sharp jawline, piercing eyes, that air of absolute control. I shake my head, trying to focus. This is about business, not Mr. Hot CEO. Grabbing my briefcase, I make my way to the curb and hail a cab. The ride through Manhattan's bustling streets does nothing to calm my nerves. Hart Enterprises could mean big things for my career and, more importantly, for Mark's medical bills. By the time I reach Hart Enterprises' towering skyscraper, my mind has shifted gears entirely. I step out of the cab and look up at the sleek glass facade that stretches endlessly upward. Inside, the lobby hums with activity. Business people rush to and fro, their footsteps echoing off marble floors. The air smells like coffee and ambition. I approach the reception desk, where a sharply dressed woman greets me with a polite but distant smile. Natalie Carter, I say, offering her my card. Ah, yes, she replies, glancing at her screen. You're expected. Please take the express elevator to the top floor. I nod and head toward the gleaming elevator doors. The ride up is smooth and silent, giving me a moment to collect my thoughts. Hart Enterprises isn't just any client. Julian Hart's reputation precedes him. This meeting could be a game changer for Mark and me. The elevator dings softly as it reaches the top floor. The doors slide open to reveal a spacious reception area with floor-to-ceiling windows, showcasing an impressive view of Manhattan's skyline. Natalie Carter, a young woman with perfectly styled hair, stands behind another desk. Yes, I confirm. Right this way, she says, leading me down a sleek hallway adorned with modern art. We stop in front of a large wooden door that she opens with practiced ease. Mr. Hart will see you now, she says before stepping aside. I walk into an expansive office bathed in natural light. At the far end of the room stands Julian Hart himself, his tall frame silhouetted against the window. He turns as I enter, those piercing blue eyes locking onto mine immediately. The photos in the tabloids don't do this man justice. I find myself audibly swallowing. How awkward. Miss Carter, he greets me, his voice as smooth as silk, yet carrying an edge of authority. Mr. Hart, I respond, stepping forward to shake his hand. His grip is firm, but not overbearing. Confident, just like him. We both sit down across from each other at his massive mahogany desk. As he begins to outline the purpose of our meeting, I can't help but notice the subtle tension in his posture and the calculated precision in his words. This isn't just business for him, it's something more personal. And suddenly, I realize this meeting might be more pivotal than I initially thought. Julian leans back in his chair, his eyes never leaving mine. Miss Carter, I'll get straight to the point. I have a proposition for you. I raise an eyebrow. A proposition? Yes. He takes a breath, clearly weighing his words. Hart Enterprises is on the verge of a significant merger with Argo Tech. This merger is crucial for our future growth and technological advancements. Congratulations, I say, waiting for the catch. There's a condition from the board, he continues, ignoring my comment. They want to see stability from me, personally. Stability? I repeat, my curiosity piqued. Julian nods, his gaze intensifying. They believe my bachelor status projects instability. They want me to present a family-oriented image. I cross my arms, leaning back slightly in my chair. And how exactly do you plan to achieve that? I'm a lawyer. This isn't my area of expertise. I laugh awkwardly. He chuckles, almost to himself as he leans forward, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that makes the air between us feel charged. I need a wife. Temporarily, of course. I blink, taken aback by the bluntness of his statement. This meeting is to propose a fake marriage? Yes, he confirms without hesitation. I shake my head incredulous. Mr. Hart, that's crazy. I mean, unethical. It's unconventional, he admits, his tone steady and unyielding. But it's necessary. Okay, but why me? I ask, still trying to wrap my head around the proposal. Did you choose the first respected businesswoman that came up on Google? He laughs again. It's dark and heady and mildly intoxicating. No, I've known of you. You're highly respected in your field, he explains. Smart, independent, someone who can convincingly play the role and not jeopardize her own career. I take a moment to process this. The very idea feels like something out of a bad romantic comedy. But then Julian drops the bombshell. I'm willing to offer you $500,000, he states plainly. My jaw almost drops at the number. It's a staggering amount, more than enough to cover all Mark's medical expenses, and then some. You're serious, I say softly, more to myself than to him. Dead serious, Julian replies. I sit there, staring at him as I try to reconcile this proposition with my principles. It feels wrong on so many levels, deceptive and manipulative. But then Julian leans forward again, his voice lowering as if sharing a secret. The stakes are high for me too, Natalie. This merger could secure hundreds of jobs and revolutionize our technological landscape. He pauses, letting that sink in before continuing. I understand your hesitation, but consider the urgency and what's at stake, not just for me or my company, but for countless others who depend on us. His words hit home harder than I expect them to. This is about Mark depending on me. I also can't help but feel like it's about something bigger than both of us combined. Julian's proposition is hanging in the air like a dense fog. My mind races through the ethical dilemmas, the practicalities, and, most importantly, Mark's medical bills. Julian watches me intently, probably seeing the internal battle etched on my face. He finally breaks the silence, reaching into his jacket pocket and pulling out a sleek black business card. He slides it across the desk toward me. Take this, he says, his voice steady but with an undercurrent of urgency. Go home, think it over. You don't have to decide right now. I pick up the card, feeling its weight and texture between my fingers. It's as polished and pristine as everything else about him. Please let me know something by the weekend, he continues, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that makes my heart skip a beat. This company is important to me. I nod slowly, still processing everything he's said. Julian stands up, signaling that our meeting is over. I follow suit, gripping the business card tightly in my hand. Thank you for considering it, he adds as I turn to leave. I glance back at him one last time before walking out of his office. The hallway feels longer on the way out, each step echoing louder than before. My mind is a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. By the time I reach the elevator, I feel like I've run a marathon. The doors close behind me with a soft whoosh, sealing me in my own private bubble of contemplation. The card in my hand feels heavier now, laden with possibilities and complications alike. As the elevator descends, I think about Mark's voice when I told him we won the case earlier today, how he lit up with hope and gratitude. The thought gives me a pang of resolve mixed with anxiety. The doors open to the bustling lobby once more. I make my way through the crowd and step outside into the crisp Manhattan air. I look up at Hart Enterprises' towering skyscraper one last time before hailing a cab. Sitting in the back seat, I pull out my phone and stare at Julian's business card again. His proposition echoes in my mind as we navigate through the city's chaotic streets. It's a lot to take in, a decision that could change everything. Chapter 3. Natalie. I sit on my worn-out couch in my modest Brooklyn apartment, the city's hum a distant backdrop to my swirling thoughts. The place is small but cozy, filled with personal touches, a bookshelf crammed with legal texts and novels, framed photos of Mark and me, and a vintage lamp casting a warm glow. Julian's offer echoes in my mind like a persistent drumbeat. $500,000. It's not just life-changing, it's life-saving. This could solve everything, but at what cost? I glance at the photo of Mark on the shelf. His wide grin infectious even from behind the glass. His resilience has always been my driving force. I've fought tooth and nail for every inch of success in my career, all for him. But a fake marriage? It feels like betraying everything I stand for. I get up and pace the room, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Julian Hart is nothing if not persuasive. His intensity and confidence could convince anyone to jump off a cliff if he said there was a soft landing below. But this isn't just about money or convincing people, it's about principles. I've built my reputation on integrity and hard work, not on shortcuts or deception. Damn it, I mutter under my breath, running a hand through my hair. I flop back onto the couch, staring at the ceiling as if it holds the answers. The logical part of me knows this is an opportunity I can't easily dismiss. The emotional part of me recoils at the thought of becoming someone's prop in their corporate theater. Then again, isn't this what lawyers do? We play roles every day, advocates for our clients, interpreters of the law. Maybe this isn't so different, but it is different, whispers a stubborn voice inside me. This isn't just bending the truth in a courtroom. It's living a lie. I stare at my phone, my finger hovering over Mark's contact. I need to talk to someone, and he's the only one who might understand. With a deep breath, I press call and wait as it rings. "Hey, Nat," Mark answers, his voice softer than usual. "Hey, Mark, you okay? You sound off." There's a long pause on the other end. I can almost hear him weighing his words. "It's nothing, just a rough day." I know him better than that. "Mark, spill. What's going on?" He sighs heavily, the sound crackling through the phone. "The bank called this morning. They're starting foreclosure proceedings on the house." My heart drops into my stomach. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I didn't want to worry you," he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. "You've got enough on your plate." I close my eyes, trying to keep my composure. "Mark, this isn't just your problem. We're in this together." "But they're my medical bills," he continues, defeated. "They're just too much, Nat. I can't keep up." A wave of helplessness crashes over me. All those nights I spent poring over case files and making sacrifices. It feels like it's all crumbling apart now. "I'm so sorry," I manage to say, my voice trembling. "Don't be," Mark replies quickly. "You've done everything you can for me. It's not your fault." I bite my lip, struggling to hold back tears. "There has to be something we can do." "You shouldn't have to worry about this, Nat. You've got your own life to live," he says. My heart breaks at the vulnerability in his voice. "You are my life, Mark, You're my brother. Nothing is more important than you. I hear his attempt to hide his sniffle from the other side of the phone. I hate being such a burden. Don't you dare say that, I reply fiercely, my voice breaking a little. You are not a burden. You're family. Julian's offer rears its head again in my mind, more insistent this time. $500,000 could save Mark's home and cover his medical expenses for years. Look, don't worry about me, Mark says with what seems like forced cheerfulness. I'll figure something out. His words sting because we both know there's no easy solution. Do you have any plans later? I ask, my sisterly instincts telling me I won't be content until I lay eyes on him. Nope, he replies softly. Just plan to watch some cheesy sitcom reruns. Consider me your +1. I'll bring the Chinese, I say with a smile. You're the best. I'll see you then. I love you, Nat, he says, and my heart seizes. I love you too, Marky. Bye. I can envision the eye roll that accompanied my statement. After we hang up, I sit in silence for a moment, the gravity of our situation settling in like a heavy fog. My mind races with possibilities and consequences as Julian's proposition looms larger than ever before. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about saving Mark from losing everything he's ever worked for. Evening rolls around, and I'm on Mark's doorstep, Chinese in hand, and copious amounts of his favorite junk food. I let myself in with the key I've had since he bought the place. Honey, I'm home, I say jokingly, and am met with his quiet laughter. He sits on the couch, bowl of popcorn in his lap, scrolling through the channels. I head to the kitchen and shuffle some stuff around to make room to sit my bags down on the counter. It's littered with prescriptions and medical equipment, all things he needs to function daily. No matter how many times I see it, it still breaks my heart. Hey, he says softly, entering the kitchen. Smells delicious. Of course it does, I reply, forcing a smile. I spent hours slaving over this authentic meal. He chuckles weakly, then shifts slightly to face me better. You've got that look. What look? I ask, even though I know exactly what he means. The one you get when you're wrestling with something big. I sigh, leaning back against the counter. It's nothing, just work stuff. Nat, you're a terrible liar, he says with a smirk that fades quickly into concern. What's really going on? I take a deep breath, contemplating how to explain Julian's proposition without sounding completely insane. I got an offer today. I start slowly. What kind of offer? I bite my lip, then decide to just rip off the Band-Aid. A financial offer. A significant one. It could solve all our problems. Mark's eyes widen with curiosity and confusion. What kind of financial offer are we talking about? $500,000, I say, watching his reaction closely. His jaw drops slightly before he regains composure. That's incredible, but what's the catch? Well, it involves a fake marriage. I admit, feeling the weight of my words sink into the room like lead. A fake marriage? Mark repeats, eyebrows knitting together in disbelief. Yeah, I say, nodding slowly. Julian Hart, head honcho of Hart Enterprises, needs to present a stable family image to secure a merger for his company. The Julian Hart? The one whose face is plastered all over the magazines at the supermarket? He asks incredulously. That's the one, I say with a shrug. And he chose you? Mark asks, still trying to process everything. I guess he thinks I'm reliable enough to pull it off, I reply with a shrug. Mark is silent for a moment, then reaches out to take my hand. Natalie, this could be our chance. $500,000. That's more than we could ever dream of. I know, I say quietly. but it feels so wrong. Sometimes we have to do things that feel wrong for the right reasons, Mark says gently. You've sacrificed so much for me already. Maybe it's time to let someone else help us for once. I look into his warm brown eyes and see the sincerity there, the hope and desperation mingling in equal measure. You really think I should do it? I ask hesitantly. For you? Yes. You've always been there for me. Let this be something you do for yourself, too, he says as he comes over and wraps me in a hug. The night is filled with laughter, too much Chinese, and cheesy rom-coms. I notice Mark starting to drift off beside me, a side effect of taking his nightly medication. I quickly tidy up the living room, grab a blanket and cover him up, press a kiss to his forehead, and I'm out the door, locking it behind me. The drive back home is filled with what-ifs and possibilities. Am I capable of doing this? Do I have what it takes? I'm afraid to take the risk, and if it were to all fall apart, it would leave Mark with a sense of false hope. I can't bear the thought of disappointing him. Once I'm home, I change into my pajamas and crawl into bed, hoping some decent sleep will help put my mind at ease. The next morning, I wake up with a knot in my stomach. The weight of the decision I need to make feels like a boulder pressing down on my chest. Mark's words from last night echo in my mind, urging me to take this chance. I sit up in bed, staring at my phone on the nightstand and his business card. I type the digits in, painstakingly slow. All it takes is one call, one agreement, and everything changes. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. My fingers tremble slightly as I press the call button and hold the phone to my ear. It rings once, twice, and then his deep voice comes through. Natalie. Julian, I reply, trying to keep my voice steady. I've thought about your offer. There's a pause on the other end, and I can almost hear him holding his breath. And? He prompts. I'll do it, I say, each word feeling heavier than the last. Good, he responds quickly, his tone businesslike, but with a hint of relief. You won't regret this. I hope not, I murmur. We'll need to go over the details, he continues. Make sure everything looks authentic. Can you come to my place tomorrow afternoon? Yes, I agree. I can be there. I'll text you the address. See you then. He hangs up before I can say anything else. I sit there for a moment, staring at the phone in my hand. It's done. There's no turning back now.
Chapter 4. Julian. Natalie arrives at my penthouse right on time. I open the door to find her standing there, eyes wide as she takes in the expansive marble foyer and the floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing Central Park. Her hesitation is brief. She steps inside, the sound of her heels echoing on the polished floors. Welcome, I say, trying to read her expression. She takes a deep breath. This place is impressive. Thanks, I respond, leading her towards the living room. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Water? Water's fine, she replies, still glancing around. I walk over to the kitchen, retrieve a glass from the cabinet, and fill it from the refrigerator. I stop by the stove and stir a simmering pot of marinara sauce. The aroma of garlic and tomatoes fills the kitchen, mixing with the scent of fresh basil. It's one of my favorite dishes to make, simple, yet satisfying. Natalie watches me from the counter, curiosity lighting up her green eyes. Where's your chef? She asks, tilting her head slightly. I chuckle, shaking my head. I don't always need one. Believe it or not, I know my way around a kitchen. She raises an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Good looks and a good cook? Impressive. I catch her eyes and smirk. Oh, so, you think I'm good-looking? Her face reddens slightly as she glances away. I didn't say that. No, of course not, I tease. pouring the sauce over a plate of perfectly al dente pasta. The dish to her with a flourish. "Have a seat. Try it." She sits down at the table and takes a bite, savoring the flavors before giving me an approving nod. "Not bad, Hart. Not bad." "High praise coming from you," I say as I sit down across from her with my own plate. She glances up at me through her lashes, her expression softening for a moment before she resumes eating. There's something undeniably captivating about her, an intriguing mix of strength and vulnerability that draws me in. "So," she says between bites, "what's on our agenda?" I shrug casually. "We get to know each other. Dinner's just the start." "Okay," she says while readjusting herself in her seat. "So let's discuss how we're going to make this work." I can't help but laugh with my mouthful of pasta. "What happened to getting to know each other?" She smiles. "I'm a lawyer. I'm bred to get right to the details. Leave the pleasantries for later." I nod. "Okay, boss. Well, we will say we met at a charity event 6 months ago and hit it off immediately." She raises an eyebrow. "A charity event? You don't strike me as the charity type." I smirk. Appearances can be deceiving. Plus, it's plausible enough to convince the board. "Fine," she says, setting down her glass. "But we need details. What do we tell people about our relationship? How do we act around each other?" I lean back, crossing my arms. "We'll need to be convincing in public, holding hands, exchanging glances like we're in love." She frowns slightly but nods. "And what about your parents? They'll be skeptical." "I could give a damn less about what they think." I bite back more snidely than I would have liked to. Her fork hovers in midair, like my response has momentarily stunned her. "Sore subject?" she asks with a raised eyebrow. I shoot her a wink to compensate for my smart-ass remark prior. "I thought we weren't doing pleasantries." "Noted," she squeaks. She looks out at Central Park for a moment before turning back to me. "All right, let's get to the nitty-gritty." I pull out a blank sheet of paper and a pen, setting them down on the dining table between us. "We need to lay down some ground rules." Natalie nods, her expression serious. "Absolutely. We need to be clear about the boundaries." I start writing, my handwriting precise and deliberate. "First off, the marriage is fake. No real emotions involved." "Agreed," she says firmly. "We also need to ensure mutual respect at all times." I jot that down as well, glancing up at her. "Of course, we treat each other with respect no matter what." She nods again, her eyes meeting mine. "And we need to maintain our professional lives as usual. This arrangement doesn't interfere with work." "Absolutely," I say, adding it to the list. We go back and forth for a while, adding clauses and stipulations until we have a solid agreement in place. I read it over one last time before handing her the pen. "Sign here." She hesitates for a moment, I'm sure reading the contract again for any loopholes. I expect nothing less. She's a brilliant lawyer. When she deems it satisfactory, she signs her name with a flourish. I sign next to hers, feeling a strange sense of finality. "Now," I say, setting the pen down and leaning back in my chair. "About living arrangements." She looks puzzled. "What do you mean?" I chuckle softly. "You'll need to move in here, of course." Her eyes widen in surprise. "Move in? Here?" "Yes," I say, amused by her reaction. "Most married people live in the same home." "But," she stammers, clearly taken aback. I laugh again, shaking my head. "Relax, Natalie. It's just for show." She takes a deep breath, composing herself. "Fine, but we need separate bedrooms." I raise an eyebrow at her insistence, but nod in agreement. "Fair enough." I grab another sheet of paper and draw a rough layout of the penthouse, marking off 2 separate bedrooms on opposite sides of the space. She looks relieved as she studies the drawing. "Thank you for understanding." "Of course," I say smoothly, leaning back again. "Anything else?" She thinks for a moment before shaking her head. "No, I think that covers it." Good, I reply with a satisfied smile. Then it's settled. As she reaches to clear her plate, I do at the same time and her hand brushes against mine. It's just a fleeting touch, but it feels like a jolt of electricity courses through my veins. I pull my hand back instinctively and I see her do the same. Sorry, she mutters, her eyes darting away. No problem, I respond quickly, trying to dismiss the strange sensation as random. It's nothing. Just static or something. Well, I say in an attempt to rid the awkwardness, I think this went pretty well. She nods in agreement. Yeah, not bad for our first date. I smirk at that. Let's hope the board thinks so too. Chapter 5. Julian. Between being so busy in the office and helping Natalie move and unpack things at the penthouse, the week has flown by. The time has now come to attend our first public event as a married couple. For some reason, I'm a bundle of nerves, which isn't like me. Relax, heart, I tell myself. You're acting like you're going to the prom. I lean back in the plush leather seat of the town car, tapping my fingers on the armrest. As we pull up to Natalie's apartment building, I can't help but raise an eyebrow. The place is modest, quaint even. I'm used to sprawling penthouses and luxury condos. It's surprising that a high-profile lawyer like Natalie lives here. Natalie insisted I pick her up from her place, as she had just a couple boxes remaining to bring over, and she could just toss them in the trunk. I offered to have one of my drivers swing by and grab them earlier in the day, but she said she needed time to say goodbye to her independence. I'm not one to question her motives, so I agreed. The driver parks, and I instruct him to run up the stairs and grab whatever boxes Natalie may have and put them in the trunk. He exits the car, and I take the opportunity to check myself in the mirror, making sure my tie is straight and my hair is still tamed. For some reason, I have this strange need to look put together, handsome. I continue to glance at the entrance, expecting to see them coming down any moment. I drum my fingers faster, impatience creeping in. When she finally appears at the top of the stairs, I freeze. Natalie descends in an emerald green satin gown that hugs her curves in all the right places. The dress is strapless, showcasing her toned shoulders and collarbones. Her hair is pulled up elegantly, revealing her graceful neck. The color of her dress matches her eyes perfectly, making them look even more striking. For a moment, I forget to breathe. She's radiant, a vision stepping out of a dream. I have to remind myself to stay calm, keep it professional. This is just a business arrangement after all. I step out of the car and open the door for her. You look stunning, Mrs. Hart, I manage to say without my voice betraying me. She seems taken aback and starts to blush. She offers a small smile as she slides into the car. Thanks, she says simply. I follow her into the car and close the door behind me. The driver closes the trunk, gets inside, and pulls away from the curb, heading towards the museum where tonight's gala is being held. I take a deep breath, trying to shake off the effect she has on me. Didn't expect you to live in a place like this, I say casually, looking out of the window. She glances at me sideways. It's home, she replies quietly but firmly. Ready for tonight? I ask, breaking the silence. Of course, she replies confidently. I've got this. The rest of the ride passes in silence, but it's not uncomfortable. There's a mutual understanding between us now, a partnership forged by necessity but with potential for something more significant than either of us anticipated. As we approach the museum, I feel strangely calm now and ready for whatever comes next with Natalie by my side. We pull up to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the grandeur of the place never ceases to amaze me. The steps are lined with photographers, and the red carpet stretches out before us like a path to destiny. I glance at Natalie, who looks composed yet alert, ready for what lies ahead. As we step out of the car, cameras start flashing. I offer my arm to Natalie, and she takes it without hesitation. We walk up the steps together, a united front. The flashes intensify, capturing every moment of our ascent. "Julian, over here!" shouts one photographer. "Natalie! How does it feel to be married to the CEO of Heart Enterprises? Yells another. I keep my face neutral, giving a few polite nods, but not stopping for questions. This isn't about answering media queries. It's about showing everyone that I'm stable and committed. We enter the museum, and the grandeur inside matches the exterior. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, casting a soft glow over the elegantly dressed guests milling around. The atmosphere buzzes with conversation and laughter, punctuated by clinking glasses. Quite the crowd, Natalie murmurs beside me. I glance at her, appreciating how well she fits into this world despite her modest roots. You fit right in, I reply quietly. We move through the room, greeting high-profile guests as we go. Investors and board members watch us with keen interest, assessing our every move. It's almost like walking through a minefield. One wrong step could spell disaster. Julian, my boy! A familiar voice rings out. I turn to see Richard Dawson, one of our most influential investors, approaching with his wife in tow. His eyes flicker to Natalie with curiosity. Richard, I greet him warmly. This is my wife, Natalie. Richard extends his hand to her. A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Hart. Natalie shakes his hand firmly, meeting his gaze without flinching. Likewise, sir. The exchange is brief, but significant. Richard's approval is crucial for the merger's success. As we move on, I notice whispers following us. Speculation about our relationship's authenticity, no doubt swirling among the guests. But that's expected. Tonight is about appearances more than anything else. I spot Robert Langley standing near a display of Renaissance paintings, nursing a glass of scotch. His eyes narrow as he watches us approach, skepticism practically radiating off him. I tighten my grip on Natalie's arm slightly, signaling her to be ready. Robert, I call out as we reach him. I'd like you to meet my wife, Natalie. He raises an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Julian, he nods curtly, then turns his attention to Natalie. Mrs. Hart. Natalie offers her hand with a confident smile. Mr. Langley, it's a pleasure. He shakes her hand briefly, eyes assessing her. Likewise. I can feel the tension in the air, but Natalie doesn't falter. Instead, she launches into a discussion about Argotech, effortlessly showcasing her legal acumen. I've been studying Argotech's legal framework, she begins, holding Robert's gaze steadily. Their patents and intellectual property portfolio are impressive, particularly their advancements in AI and machine learning. Robert's expression shifts slightly, interest piqued despite himself. And how do you see that impacting Heart Enterprises? Natalie doesn't miss a beat. Integrating Argotech's technology will give you a significant edge in the market. It's not just about expansion. It's about innovation and staying ahead of competitors. Their legal team is robust, but not without its weaknesses. I've identified several areas where you could leverage your strengths to ensure a smooth merger. I watch as Robert's skeptical facade starts to crack. He leans in a bit closer, clearly intrigued by her analysis. And what about potential risks? He asks, testing her. Natalie nods thoughtfully. There are always risks with any merger, but Argotech has a strong compliance record and minimal litigation history. You'll need to conduct thorough due diligence to mitigate any unforeseen liabilities, but from what I've seen so far, the benefits far outweigh the risks. Natalie has obviously done her homework. I'll be the first to admit that her intelligence is definitely a turn-on. She has Langley eating out of the palm of her hand. Robert studies her for a moment longer before finally nodding in approval. You know your stuff, Mrs. Hart. She smiles graciously. It's important to be prepared. I can see Robert's skepticism melting away as he realizes that Natalie is more than just a pretty face or a convenient prop for my scheme. She's intelligent, capable, and clearly understands the intricacies of our business. Thank you for your insights, he says finally, turning back to me with newfound respect in his eyes. Julian, he adds quietly, you might have something here. I nod in acknowledgement, but don't say anything further. Actions speak louder than words tonight. We move on through the crowd once more, and I can't help but feel a sense of triumph swelling within me. With Natalie by my side and impressing even the toughest skeptics like Robert Langley, our chances of pulling this off just got a lot better. The soft strains of classical music filled the dimly lit dance floor, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and elegance. I mirrored the rest of the monogamous crowd and invited my wife out for a dance. I hold Natalie close, our bodies moving in perfect harmony. Her hand rests lightly on my shoulder, and I can feel the warmth of her skin through the fabric of my suit. She looks up at me, her green eyes shimmering in the low light. There's something about the way she carries herself, so poised, so confident, that makes it hard to look away. "You're quite the dancer," she remarks with a small smile. I chuckle softly. "You're not so bad yourself." The music shifts slightly, becoming more soulful, and I tighten my grip on her waist. As we sway to the rhythm, I find myself drawn to her in a way I hadn't expected. It's not just about the business anymore. There's something deeper stirring inside me. Natalie's intelligence had impressed me earlier, but now it's her elegance that captivates me. Every movement she makes is graceful. Every glance she gives is filled with an unspoken understanding. She's more than just a brilliant lawyer or a stunning woman. She's a force to be reckoned with. I lower my head slightly, inhaling the subtle scent of her perfume. It's intoxicating, mingling with the soft music and dim lighting to create a moment that feels almost surreal. "I never imagined you'd be such an asset tonight," I admit quietly. She meets my gaze again, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Did you doubt me?" "Not doubt," I correct her. "Underestimated." Natalie's laugh rings out, clear and genuine, a sound that pierces through the noise of the gala and settles warmly in my chest. It's a laugh I haven't heard from anyone in years, not since before Katherine. I tighten my grip on her waist, drawing her just a fraction closer. Her smile is radiant, lighting up her entire face and making her eyes sparkle. It's contagious. I can't help but smile back at her. "You're really something else, you know that?" I murmur, more to myself than to her. She tilts her head slightly, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Oh, how so?" I hesitate for a moment, searching for the right words. "You're unexpected, in the best possible way." Her smile softens and she looks down briefly before meeting my gaze again. "Well, I aim to keep you on your toes." There's a playfulness in her voice that sends a thrill through me. I can't remember the last time I felt this lightness, this warmth. It's as if some long-forgotten part of me is waking up. An overwhelming urge sweeps over me, a need to close the distance between us even further, to taste those smiling lips of hers. My eyes flicker down to her mouth briefly before snapping back up to meet her gaze. But I hold back. This isn't the time or place for such a move, and I can't risk jeopardizing everything we've built so far with one impulsive action. Still, the desire lingers like an itch I can't scratch. My thumb brushes against the small of her back absent-mindedly as I struggle to keep my composure. "You really know how to work a room," she says softly, breaking the silence between us. "Years of practice," I reply with a small shrug. "But tonight you've been nothing short of incredible." Her cheeks flush slightly at the compliment. No surprise there. She's been stunning everyone with her brilliance all evening. "Thank you," she says simply but sincerely. I nod in acknowledgement, but don't trust myself to say anything more. Instead, I focus on the music and our synchronized movements, letting this unexpected connection between us speak volumes without uttering another word.
Chapter 6. Natalie. The car glides through the city streets, headlights slicing through the darkness. I sit beside Julian, the weight of the night still buzzing in my veins. He's on a call with one of the investors, his voice steady and commanding, discussing projections and returns. His words flow with a confidence that's almost magnetic. I lean back, replaying the evening in my mind. The gala was supposed to be a chore, another task in this bizarre arrangement. But instead, I found myself actually enjoying it. The way Julian's hand rested on the small of my back as we navigated the room, his easy smile when he introduced me to his colleagues, it all felt strangely natural. And then there was that moment on the dance floor. His hand warm against mine, his eyes locked on mine with an intensity that made my breath catch. For a second, I thought he was going to kiss me. My heart had pounded in my chest like it hadn't in years. But he didn't. Instead, we just continued to sway to the music, caught in a bubble of our own making. I glance at Julian now, engrossed in his conversation. It's disconcerting how easy it was to fit into this role of the doting fiancé. Too easy. It's dangerous ground. I have to remember this is business, a means to an end for both of us. The car hits a slight bump, and Julian glances at me briefly before turning back to his call. That brief eye contact sends a shiver down my spine. I need to keep reminding myself why I'm here. Mark needs this money, and this arrangement is just a transaction, nothing more. Getting attached isn't part of the deal. I lie on the unfamiliar bed, staring at the ceiling, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a film reel. The penthouse is eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of traffic from the streets below. Julian's goodnight echoes in my ears, a mixture of formality and something else I can't quite place. The gala had been a whirlwind. Julian, ever the picture of confidence, handled it effortlessly. His hand on the small of my back felt warm, almost possessive. I wasn't used to this kind of attention. My world was courtrooms and legal briefs, not glitzy galas and high society whispers. Our dance had been the tipping point. The way he held me close, his breath warm against my ear as we moved to the music, it sent shivers down my spine. His intense blue eyes bore into mine with an emotion I hadn't seen before. Was it longing? It left me both excited and terrified. Here I am now, in his penthouse. Our penthouse for all intents and purposes. The bed feels too big and too empty. I toss and turn, trying to shake off thoughts of Julian. His strong jawline, the way his suit clung to his athletic frame, his unexpected moments of gentleness. I remember our agreement, no real emotions involved. It was supposed to be simple, help him secure the merger, and earn enough money to save Mark's home. But tonight blurred those lines in ways I hadn't anticipated. Damn it, Natalie. Keep your head on straight. This is business. I roll onto my side and stare at the wall separating our rooms. He's just on the other side, probably engrossed in some important call, or maybe even asleep by now. The urge to knock on his door and just talk is overwhelming. But no, professional distance. That's what this is about. With a sigh, I pull the covers tighter around me and close my eyes, willing myself to sleep. Tomorrow is another day, another challenge. For now, I need rest, even if it's hard to come by with thoughts of Julian Hart invading every corner of my mind. The next morning, the smell of coffee drags me out of bed. I rub my eyes, throw on a robe, and make my way to the kitchen. Julian's already there, looking effortlessly put together in a casual shirt and jeans. He's slicing a loaf of bread, but his movements seem distracted. Morning, I mumble, heading straight for the coffee machine. Morning, he replies, but there's a tension in his voice that catches my attention. I pour myself a cup and lean against the counter, watching him. He's lost in thought, his brow furrowed. Then it happens. A sharp intake of breath followed by a low curse. I see blood welling up from a cut on his hand. Damn it, he mutters, grabbing a paper towel to stem the flow. Without thinking, I set my coffee down and move towards him. Let me see. It's nothing, he insists, but the grimace on his face says otherwise. Julian, let me help. He reluctantly holds out his hand. The cut is deeper than he'd like to admit. Where's the first aid kit? I ask. Under the sink, I think. I grab the kit and guide him to sit at the table. Hold still, I instruct softly as I clean the wound with antiseptic wipes. His eyes lock onto mine, and for a moment, the world outside this penthouse ceases to exist. My touch is gentle, and despite his usual air of invincibility, he seems vulnerable in this moment. I carefully bandage his hand, making sure it's secure but not too tight. My fingers linger on his skin longer than necessary, tracing the edges of the bandage to ensure it's perfect. There, I say finally, meeting his gaze again. All set. Thanks, he murmurs, his voice softer than usual. There's an unspoken connection between us now, a moment of intimacy neither of us can ignore. I step back, suddenly aware of how close we are. The air between us feels charged, different from last night at the gala, but equally potent. He doesn't move away either. Instead, he watches me with an intensity that makes my heart race. Guess I should leave breakfast to the professionals from now on, he jokes lightly, trying to diffuse the tension. Maybe you should, I reply with a small smile. The silence between us stretches on, and I can't shake the feeling of vulnerability gnawing at my insides. Julian's eyes are still on his bandaged hand, but I can feel the weight of his presence. I take a deep breath, trying to muster the courage to speak. Why don't we go out for brunch instead? The words tumble out before I can second-guess myself. My voice sounds more confident than I feel. I had plans to meet my brother Mark for something to eat. You could join us. Julian looks up, surprise flickering in his piercing blue eyes. For a moment, I worry he'll decline, that he'll see this as crossing some unspoken boundary in our arrangement. But then his expression softens, and a small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Brunch sounds good, he says, nodding. His agreement catches me off guard, and I can't help but smile back. There's something genuine in his response that eases my anxiety, even if just a little. Great, I reply, trying to keep my tone casual. I'll let Mark know. I pull out my phone and send a quick text to Mark, letting him know about the change of plans. When I put my phone away, Julian is already clearing up the mess from breakfast preparations. Ready when you are? He says with a grin. I nod, feeling a strange mix of excitement and nervousness. This wasn't part of our original plan, but maybe it's not such a bad thing. Maybe getting to know each other outside the confines of our contract could make this whole arrangement more bearable. As we step into the elevator, Julian turns to me with a question that, knowing him, has been simmering since I invited him to brunch. How should I act in front of Mark? His tone is casual, but there's a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. I mean, what part of the story does he know? I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. Mark knows the entire gig, I say, meeting his gaze head on. You don't have to put on a front if you don't want to. In fact, his encouragement was one of the main reasons I agreed to this in the first place. Julian's eyebrows raised slightly. Really? He was okay with this whole fake marriage thing? I nod. He understands the stakes. He seems to accept this information, leaning back against the elevator wall with his hands in his pockets. The tension in his shoulders eases a bit. Good to know, he murmurs. I wasn't looking forward to pretending around him. You don't have to, I assure him. Just be yourself. The elevator dings and we step out into the lobby. As we walk towards the exit, Julian glances at me with a half smile. We meet Mark at our usual cafe, a quaint spot tucked away in Brooklyn. Julian and I walk in together, and I spot Mark waiting by the window, his face lighting up when he sees us. Hey, sis. Mark's voice carries a warmth that always makes me feel at home. Hey, Mark, I reply, hugging him tightly before turning to introduce Julian. This is Julian Hart. Julian extends his hand with a genuine smile. Nice to meet you, Mark. Mark shakes his hand firmly, Thanks for joining us. We settle into a cozy corner booth, and I can't help but notice how attentive Julian is. He listens intently as Mark talks about the latest book he's reading, asking questions and engaging in the conversation, like he's genuinely interested. It's a side of Julian I haven't seen before. Kind, attentive, almost caring. So, Julian, Mark begins after we've ordered our meals, I want to thank you for helping Natalie out. You have no idea how much this means. Julian glances at me briefly, looking confused, before turning back to Mark. All the thanks definitely go to Natalie. She's the one saving my ass. I hadn't planned to disclose my reasoning behind agreeing to Julian's terms just yet, but the confusion on his face tells me he's on to something. Might as well clear the air. Mark looks to me as if for permission, and I gently nod. The truth would come out eventually. Perhaps now is the right time to give Mark an opportunity to speak for himself. Mark nods in agreement, as if he heard my thoughts internally. His expression turns serious. I've had chronic health issues for a while now. It's been tough, especially financially. Mark takes a sip of his coffee, then sets the cup down carefully. I need you to understand something. Natalie has always put me first. Since our parents passed, she's been more than just a sister. She's been my rock. Every penny she earns goes towards my medical bills and keeping us afloat. I shift uncomfortably in my seat, but Mark continues, undeterred. She agreed to this arrangement because my medical bills are piling up, and I'm looking at foreclosure. She's sacrificing her own comfort and principles to keep me safe and healthy. His voice cracks slightly, and I see Julian's eyes soften as he listens. Julian glances at me, his expression unreadable for a moment before he turns back to Mark. I respect that. A lot. Mark nods appreciatively. Natalie's always been selfless like that. She doesn't talk about it much, but I know how much she gives up for me. I feel a lump forming in my throat as Mark's words sink in. It's one thing to live it day by day, but hearing it out loud brings a new weight to everything. Julian reaches out and places a hand on mine, the gesture surprisingly gentle for someone so dominant in every other aspect of his life. You're incredible, he says quietly, looking directly into my eyes. The sincerity in his voice takes me aback, and I find myself unable to respond for a moment. Mark smiles warmly at us both. I just wanted you to know that your help means the world to us. Julian squeezes my hand lightly before letting go. I'm glad we can help each other out. Our meals arrive, breaking the momentary silence. We dive into our food, the conversation flowing naturally between bites. Julian's presence feels less like an intrusion and more like he belongs here with us. As we finish up our meal, I realize that this brunch has done more than just introduce Julian to my brother. It's bridged a gap between us that I hadn't even realized was there. Julian's kindness and attentiveness have surprised me in the best possible way. And for the first time since this whole arrangement began, I feel a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, things might work out better than I'd ever imagined.
Chapter 7. Julian. It's been a week since brunch with Natalie and Mark. I've barely had time to interact with her, other than our occasional dinners and quick trips to town. Yet I find myself seeing her differently. The way she cares for her brother. It's not just admirable, it's inspiring. I always knew she was impressive, but seeing the sacrifices she makes has me appreciating her on a whole new level. I find myself in the den, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt, my glasses perched on my nose. The screen of my laptop glares back at me as I type furiously, frustration mounting with every keystroke. The merger plans are a mess. Details are missing, projections are off, and it feels like we're nowhere near ready to present this to the board. Damn it, I mutter under my breath as I scan through the poorly organized data for the umpteenth time. My patience snaps. With a swift motion, I fling my laptop to the floor. It lands with a thud that echoes through the room. Damn it! The word bursts out of me, raw and loud. I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair, feeling the tension radiate through every muscle in my body. Seconds later, Natalie bursts in, barefoot, her hair damp and clinging to her shoulders. She's wearing pajamas, soft cotton pants, and a simple tank top. Julian, what happened? Her voice is laced with concern. I glance up, feeling a mix of frustration and guilt. It's the damn merger. Everything's messed up. I can't get these numbers to add up, and the projections are all over the place. I rub my temples, the weight of it pressing down on me. Natalie steps closer, her green eyes locking onto mine. Let me see. I nod, too drained to argue. She picks up my laptop from the floor and sets it on the desk. Her fingers move swiftly over the keys as she examines the chaotic spreadsheet. What exactly are you trying to do? She asks without looking up. I need to show how Argotech's integration will benefit us in terms of revenue growth and market share, I explain, my voice tight with stress. She frowns slightly, her focus unwavering. Okay, tell me about Argotech's current financial status and how their technology will complement Hart Enterprises. As I lay out the details, data points, synergy potentials, projected market expansions, she listens intently, occasionally asking for clarification or additional figures. Minutes tick by. Her concentration is palpable, and I find myself watching her in awe. The way she dives into this problem headfirst reminds me why I chose her in the first place. She's brilliant and relentless. Finally, she stops typing and swivels the screen back towards me. All better, she says with a small smile. I lean forward, scanning the numbers and charts. Everything is neatly organized. Projections align perfectly with our goals. She's not only fixed it, but made it look effortless. How did you? She shrugs modestly. Just reorganized some data points and recalibrated your projections based on more conservative estimates. Overwhelmed by relief and gratitude, I can't hold back anymore. Without thinking, I pull her close and press my lips to hers. Her breath catches in surprise before she responds softly, melting into the kiss that feels like a release from all this tension, a connection I didn't realize I needed until now. We both pull away, stunned. My breath mingles with hers, both of us slightly breathless. An awkward silence fills the space between us, charged with an intensity neither of us can deny. Natalie's eyes search mine, wide and bewildered. I need to get to bed, she stammers, her voice shaky. I have an early day at the office. She turns abruptly and practically runs back up the staircase, leaving me standing there, rooted to the spot. I run a hand through my hair, trying to process what just happened. My lips still tingle from the kiss. Natalie's door closes with a soft click upstairs, snapping me out of my daze. I look down at the laptop screen still displaying the now organized merger data. She saved me, again. But this time, it feels different, more personal. I glance at the clock on the wall. 2 a.m. Too late for any more work tonight. I shut down my laptop and stand up, stretching my stiff muscles. As I head towards my own room, I can't shake off the memory of her lips on mine, or the way her eyes widened in surprise. This was supposed to be a straightforward business deal, no emotions involved, clear boundaries set. But now everything feels like it's teetering on the edge of something unpredictable. As I lie down in bed, staring at the ceiling, her face keeps flashing in my mind, those green eyes filled with both strength and vulnerability. It's maddening how much she's gotten under my skin. I turn onto my side and close my eyes, trying to will myself to sleep. But sleep doesn't come easy tonight. All I can think about is Natalie, and how one unexpected kiss has seemed to shake up everything. The morning sun filters through the blinds, casting stripes of light across the penthouse kitchen. I pour myself a cup of coffee, the strong aroma doing little to ease the turmoil in my mind. The kiss from last night replays over and over, her lips soft and warm against mine. I take a sip of coffee, willing myself to focus, It was just stress, I muttered to myself. A lapse in judgment. The merger meeting with Argotech looms large. I force my thoughts back to business, back to where they belong. This is what I do best. Compartmentalize, prioritize. Emotions are distractions, and I can't afford distractions right now. I head into the study, papers and files strewn across the desk. The merger is critical, and any sign of weakness could jeopardize everything I've worked for. My phone buzzes with a reminder. A meeting within an hour. Perfect timing. As I organize my notes, Natalie walks in, looking effortlessly put together despite the early hour. Her presence alone stirs something inside me that I quickly shove down. "Morning," she says, her voice calm but eyes searching. "Morning," I reply without looking up from my papers. She lingers for a moment before heading to the kitchen for her own cup of coffee. The silence between us feels loaded, like we're both avoiding the obvious topic, the kiss. "I'll be out most of the day," I say, breaking the silence. "Got an important meeting with Argotech." "Okay," she responds quietly. "Good luck." I nod curtly and gather my things. As I leave, I can't help but glance back at her. She's already immersed in her own work, completely unbothered, or at least pretending to be. On the drive to the meeting, I focus on the upcoming negotiations. This merger has to go smoothly. It's not just about my company's future, but also about proving to everyone that I can maintain control, even with this fake marriage hanging over me. The moment I step into the conference room, my stomach tightens. The usual Argotech team is there, but I notice a few unfamiliar faces, corporate types with stern expressions. Something's off. Martin Grayson stands and gestures for me to take a seat. "Julian, good to see you." I nod, but my focus shifts to the suits at the far end of the table. "Martin, who's joining us today?" "Corporate decided to attend last minute," Martin says, a hint of unease in his voice. "They wanted to ensure everything is on track." My mind races. Corporate doesn't just drop in for no reason. As we start discussing the merger terms, I catch sight of someone through the glass doors, someone I hoped I'd never see again in a professional setting. Katherine Lane strides into the room like she owns the place, her eyes locking onto mine with that familiar predatory glint. She's not just here to observe. "Julian," she says smoothly, taking a seat opposite me. "So nice to see you." "Likewise," I respond coolly, trying to keep my composure. Katherine leans back in her chair, crossing her legs. "I have some concerns about this merger." Martin looks puzzled. "Katherine, we've already discussed this." "Yes, but new information has come to light," she says, eyes never leaving mine. My heart pounds as she pulls out a folder and slides it across the table. I glance at it, but don't reach for it. "What's this?" I ask, my voice steady despite the growing tension. She smirks. "Proof that your marriage to Natalie Carter is nothing but a sham." The room falls silent. I can feel every eye on me as I open the folder. Inside are photos of Natalie and me, staged moments that now seem damningly artificial when laid out like this. Martin's face turns pale. "Julian, what is this?" "It's nothing," I say quickly, closing the folder. A desperate attempt to undermine our merger. Katherine's smile widens. "Desperate? Or just well-informed?" I clench my fists under the table. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about everything I've built and everyone involved. Martin looks between us, confused and wary. We need explanations. I meet Katherine's gaze head-on. She knows exactly what she's doing, playing her cards perfectly to jeopardize everything. "Happy to disclose those, Martin, but first I need to talk to my wife," I say, staring straight at Katherine. "We can discuss this later, Miss Lane," I say firmly, rising from my seat. The conniving bitch already thinks she's won this round, and she just might if I don't think of something foolproof, and fast.
Chapter 8. Natalie. I lie awake in my bedroom, staring at the ceiling, grappling with the evening's events. Julian's touch lingers on my skin, an unwanted reminder of our kiss. My mind races, oscillating between the need to protect myself and the obligations I've taken on. Can I continue this charade without letting my feelings spiral out of control? I roll over and see the faint glow of the city lights seeping through the curtains. The contract was supposed to be a clear-cut business arrangement, but lines are blurring, emotions tangling where they shouldn't. I think of Mark and his grateful smile, the relief in his eyes when he realized he could keep his home in the end. If I back out now, all that hope shatters. His medical bills won't disappear. His struggles will only deepen. And then there's Julian. His confident facade hides layers of vulnerability, ones I've glimpsed in unguarded moments. Our kiss wasn't just a lapse. It was real, charged with a raw intensity I hadn't anticipated. He's risked a lot by bringing me into this, and pulling out now could cost him dearly, both professionally and personally. Damn it, I whisper into the darkness, frustration bubbling up. Walking away seems like the safe option for my heart, but it's also cowardly and selfish. Can I navigate these treacherous waters without sinking deeper? Can I be near him without falling for him completely? Or is it already too late for that? But how long can I keep pretending this is just business when every part of me knows it's becoming so much more? I hear Julian's heavy footsteps as he stomps around in the kitchen, cabinets slamming shut, and muttered curses filling the air. The clock reads 2 a.m., and curiosity mingled with concern pulls me out of bed. I slip on my robe and pad down the hallway, drawn by the racket. In the kitchen, Julian stands by the counter, fists clenched, face shadowed by anger. Julian, what happened? He looks up, eyes dark and stormy. Katherine showed up at the office. Katherine, your lawyer ex? My heart twinges with unexpected jealousy. Yeah, he snaps, running a hand through his hair. She caused a scene in the conference room. What did she do? She threatened to expose our arrangement, said she'd ruin everything. Why does it matter to her? I ask, genuinely concerned. Because she's a money-hungry bitch, and if she no longer has me to siphon from, the next best thing is my company, he says with a grimace. I take a deep breath, my mind racing. Okay, so we need a plan. He nods, leaning against the counter, tension evident in every line of his body. I'm open to anything at this point. I scramble to the refrigerator, grabbing the closest bottle of wine. I bump the door closed with my hip. Okay, I got the fuel, you get the pencil and paper, and let's do this. A genuine smile spreads across his face. I like the way you think, Carter, he says while grabbing 2 wine glasses from the cabinet. When we finally get all our materials together, we both sink to the couch facing each other. Okay, so first, I start, trying to steady my voice. We need to minimize her leverage. Make it clear that her claims are baseless. Julian's eyes narrow in thought. We can spin this, frame it as a bitter ex trying to sabotage me. Exactly, I say. We'll need to gather evidence of her past vindictive behavior. Show she has a history of this. He chokes back a laugh while sipping on his wine. That won't be hard. The bitch is crazy. I can't help but be elated knowing how he feels regarding his ex. We also need to present a united front. Any doubts about us have to be quashed immediately. He looks at me, his expression softening slightly. You're right. Attending more events together needs to be a priority, I suggest, twirling my glass. Charity galas, fundraisers, anything that puts us in the public eye. He nods, looking more relaxed now. Agreed. The more we're out there, the harder it'll be for Katherine to make her accusations stick. I take a sip of wine, feeling its warmth spread through me. We could rally some allies, people who can vouch for us. Julian leans back, considering my words. I know a few influential people who owe me favors. I can call them tomorrow. We lapse into a comfortable silence, each lost in thought. I break it with a chuckle, remembering something from earlier. You know, I never imagined I'd be fake married to a CEO while plotting against his ex. He laughs too, a genuine sound that lights up his face. Life's full of surprises. He pauses, then adds more softly. If I haven't told you, thank you for doing this. I shrug it off, trying to hide how much his gratitude means to me. It's not just for you. My brother. He needs this. Julian's eyes soften. Tell me about him. Mark's been sick most of his life, I say, my voice steady despite the pain the memories bring. It took many years and many tests to finally pin down what was wrong with him. Medical bills are, overwhelming. I take another sip of wine to push back the emotions. But once my parents were gone, all we had was each other. He nods slowly, understanding flashing in his eyes. Family is very important to you. I can respect that. What about you? I ask, curious despite myself. Any siblings? A shadow crosses his face briefly, before he masks it with a smile. Only child. My parents were distant. He shifts in his seat and pours himself more wine. We continue talking, our stories unfolding over glasses of wine and laughter that feels surprisingly easy. Julian shares tales from his childhood, sneaking out to explore Manhattan as a teenager and pulling pranks at boarding school. Once, he says with a grin, I convinced half the school that our headmaster was an undercover agent. I laugh at the image of a young Julian causing chaos in an elite boarding school. You were trouble. He winks at me. Still am. The night stretches on, our conversation flowing effortlessly as we share more about our lives. Past loves, career highs and lows, and dreams for the future. Eventually, we fall into a comfortable silence again, our connection deepened by the shared stories and laughter over wine. The enjoyable silence is then broken by Julian's phone ringing shrilly on the kitchen counter. He huffs as he gets up from the couch and goes to grab it. He picks it up and sees who it is, and looks back to me, a reluctant sadness in his eyes. I have to do this, he says, almost like it physically pains him too. You got this, I say with a smile and a thumbs up. I watch as he slowly drags himself up the stairs, phone receiver to his ear. 30 minutes pass, and I'm sitting down here on the couch, biting my nails from nerves. God forbid if I was actually the one on the call. I can't make out much from here, but I have heard what I think is the slamming of desk drawers. And he has raised his voice quite a few octaves on a few occasions. I decide that I can no longer sit here in uncertainty and decide to head up the stairs to check on him. As I reach the top of the stairs, I hear him raise his voice again, but I can't quite make out what he's saying. I head towards his office and stand in the open doorway. I watch as he paces back and forth. His free hand rubs his temple, and I can hear the strain in his voice. I understand, Robert, but you need to see the bigger picture here, he argues, frustration evident. Yes, I know what's at stake. He stops pacing for a moment, standing still as if gathering himself. Then he resumes, faster this time. I hate seeing him like this, so tense, so burdened. It's not the confident CEO I've come to know. He turns sharply, nearly knocking over a stack of papers on his desk. We can't afford to delay this merger any longer. We've invested too much. The conversation continues, but my focus drifts. Julian's always so composed, so in control. Seeing him unravel like this tugs at something deep within me. I want to help, but I'm unsure how to step in without overstepping. Julian slams his fist on the desk, making me flinch. You're not listening, he shouts into the line. Seeing the man so usually composed in shambles is grating at me. Suddenly an idea sparks in my mind, a playful one. He's always so controlled. It might be fun to see if I can make him lose that composure, even if just for a moment. I enter the office and quietly walk over to where he stands near the window. He glances at me briefly but quickly returns his attention to the call. I can hear snippets of the conversation. It's important, something about finalizing details and product placements. I take a deep breath and let my fingers graze his back, starting at his shoulders and slowly trailing down. Julian stiffens slightly but doesn't react otherwise. Encouraged, I press closer, my body just barely touching his. He shoots me a warning look but doesn't say anything, probably assuming I'll stop, but stopping isn't in my plan. My hands move around to his chest, feeling the hard muscles beneath the fabric. I can hear his breath hitch slightly, though he tries to keep it steady for the person on the other end of the line. Yes, that sounds acceptable, he says into the phone, though there's a slight tremor in his voice now. I smile mischievously and lean in, pressing my lips lightly against his neck. He shudders under my touch but keeps talking, his voice strained. We'll need to discuss this further. His hand reaches out to grip the edge of the windowsill, as if grounding himself. I continue my teasing assault, letting my lips trail up to his ear and then back down again. Julian's voice falters for a moment. Yes, absolutely. His free hand moves to grasp mine, squeezing it tightly as if asking me to stop. But I'm having too much fun watching him struggle. My hand slips lower down his torso, feeling every muscle tense under my touch. Natalie. He mouths silently at me with a mixture of desperation and warning in his eyes. I raise an eyebrow and give him an innocent smile before continuing my exploration. His breathing grows more uneven, and it becomes increasingly difficult for him to maintain coherent speech. I believe we should, revisit this topic tomorrow, he finally manages to say before ending the call abruptly. The moment he hangs up, he spins around to face me with a look that's a mix of frustration and something else entirely, something primal. I feel Julian's intense gaze on me, his eyes dark and stormy. He's inches away, and the air between us crackles with tension. For a moment, neither of us moves. We're caught in this electric pull, unable to look away. Natalie, he finally breathes, his voice rough. What are you doing? Distracting you, I admit, a playful smirk tugging at my lips. Did it work? His expression softens slightly, but there's still a hard edge to his eyes. You have no idea. He takes a step closer, and I can feel the heat radiating off his body. My heart races as he reaches out and cups my face with one hand, his thumb brushing against my cheekbone. The gentleness in his touch is unexpected, given the intensity of his gaze. Julian, I start to say, but my words falter when he leans in, capturing my lips with his. The kiss is fierce and demanding, sending a rush of exhilaration through me. My hands instinctively find their way to his chest, gripping his shirt as if anchoring myself. He pulls me closer, deepening the kiss until I'm dizzy with sensation. It's impossible to think clearly with him this close, with his mouth on mine and his hands roaming over my back. Every part of me responds to him, and for a moment, nothing else exists, just Julian and this intoxicating connection between us. But then reality crashes back in. I pull away first, gasping for breath. Julian's eyes are still locked onto mine, filled with a mixture of desire and something darker, something like guilt. We shouldn't, I start to say, but he cuts me off. I know. His voice is hoarse, filled with regret. This wasn't part of the plan. No, I agree softly. It wasn't. We stand there in silence for what feels like an eternity. both grappling with the consequences of what just happened. The exhilaration from our kiss lingers in the air, but it's overshadowed by the weight of our situation. "I'm sorry," Julian finally says, stepping back and running a hand through his hair. I lost control. I shake my head, trying to clear the fog of emotions swirling inside me. It wasn't your fault. This was my idea. I was just trying to get you out of your head for a second. He looks at me with a mixture of relief and frustration. As much as I don't want to stop, this would complicate everything, and we really need a level head right now. "Yeah," I whisper. "Yes, we do." So myself and my pride find the exit and retreat to our bedroom. Chapter 9. Natalie. The weight of my decision settles heavily on my shoulders as I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling. The kiss lingers in my mind, a persistent echo I can't shake. What was I thinking, teasing Julian like that? I exhale slowly, closing my eyes. The contract is clear. No real feelings involved. It's about the merger, about helping Mark. Yet here I am, wrestling with thoughts that have no place in this arrangement. I think of Mark and his health issues. His face flashes in my mind, his grateful smile when he learned about the money. That's why I'm doing this, for him. And yes, maybe for Julian too. Despite his hard exterior, there's something underneath that deserves to be saved. I need to refocus. Distance myself from Julian emotionally. Keep things strictly professional, except when we're out in public playing our parts. The board needs to see stability. They don't need to see what's really going on behind closed doors. The next day drags by in a haze of awkward silence. Julian and I avoid each other, the weight of our kiss hanging heavy between us. He leaves early, muttering something about an important meeting. I head to work, grateful for the distraction of legal briefs and client calls. By the time I return to the penthouse, it's late. Julian's already holed up in his office, probably dealing with merger details or putting out some corporate fire. We exchange polite nods, but no words pass between us. The tension is palpable. In my room, I settle at my desk with my journal. It's become a refuge, a place where I can untangle the mess in my head. The pen glides across the page as I write about the events of the past few days, the gala, Mark's gratitude, that damn kiss. I pause, staring at the half-written sentence. Boundaries were supposed to keep us safe, emotionally insulated. But those lines blur every time we're near each other. Is it even possible to maintain those boundaries now? I think about Julian's eyes when he looks at me, that mix of intensity and vulnerability that catches me off guard. It's as if he's searching for something in me that he's lost or maybe never found. My thoughts drift to Mark again. His health is a constant worry, and this arrangement with Julian is supposed to alleviate that stress. Yet here I am, adding new layers of complication. I flip back through previous entries, notes on meetings, legal strategies, but they all feel distant now compared to what's unfolding in my personal life. The pen hovers over the paper as I write a single question. Can we keep pretending? The sound of the door slamming open jolts me from my thoughts. I quickly slam my journal shut and bring it to my chest and attempt to safeguard my deepest, darkest secrets. My heart pounds as Julian rushes in, his face a mix of fury and panic. "Natalie," he says, his voice tight, almost breathless. "Katherine leaked rumors to the press." My stomach drops. "What kind of rumors?" "That our marriage is a PR stunt," he spits out, pacing back and forth. His fists clench and unclench at his sides, eyes burning with anger. "She's trying to ruin me." I swing my legs out from under the desk and stand, the weight of his words sinking in. "How bad is it?" Julian stops pacing, running a hand through his dark hair. "Bad enough that the board is calling an emergency meeting tomorrow morning." I close my eyes for a moment, trying to process this new disaster. Katherine's vindictiveness knows no bounds. Well, what do we do now? We need to present a united front, he says, stepping closer, his intensity palpable. We have to convince them that this marriage is real. But it's not, I say, frustration bubbling up. And if they dig deeper? They won't, Julian cuts me off, his voice firm. They can't afford to jeopardize the merger based on rumors alone. His confidence is unwavering, but I can see the cracks beneath it. He's scared of losing everything he's worked for. Julian, I start softly, reaching out to touch his arm. We'll get through this. He looks down at my hand, then back up at me, something softening in his eyes. I sure as hell hope so, he murmurs. For a moment, we stand there in silence, the weight of our predicament pressing down on us, but then I straighten my shoulders and step back. All right, I say firmly, as I walk to sit on the bed and pat the spot next to me. What's the plan? He looks at me, a look of defeat in his eyes, accompanied by a look of surrender. He sits down beside me and puts his head in his hands. We need to be more convincing. I nod slowly, understanding what he means. More public appearances, more intimate moments, anything to prove Katherine wrong. I'll do whatever it takes, I say, meeting his gaze head on. Julian stands back up and begins pacing again, muttering to himself, his usual composed demeanor starting to crack. Look, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Let's start with a script, something we can stick to no matter what. He stops, his blue eyes piercing through me. Okay, that's a start. We spend hours crafting a narrative, aligning our stories down to the smallest details. How we met, our favorite places, even our inside jokes. Julian types furiously on his laptop while I scribble notes and cross-references. The tension between us thickens as the hours tick by. It's well past midnight when we finally call it quits for the night. Julian leans back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Tomorrow's going to be rough, he murmurs. I nod, feeling an unexpected pang of empathy for him. We'll manage. Julian stares into his whiskey glass, swirling the amber liquid slowly. Katherine, he begins, his voice unusually soft. She wasn't just a girlfriend. She was all I had at the time. I blink, caught off guard by the raw honesty in his tone. What happened? The question slips out before I can stop myself. He sighs, a deep, weary sound. Nothing specific. She was perfect on paper, smart, ambitious, beautiful, but behind closed doors, things were different. I lean in closer, my curiosity piqued. Different how? He takes a long sip of his whiskey before answering. She was manipulative, always needing to be in control. She had this way of making me feel inadequate. I frown, trying to reconcile the image of Julian, the confident, dominant CEO, with someone who could feel that way. But you're not invincible, he interrupts, meeting my gaze with those piercing blue eyes. His admission hangs heavy in the air between us. I feel my own emotional walls starting to crumble, bit by bit. She accused me of being non-committal, he continues, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Said I wasn't capable of real love because I was too focused on my career. That's not fair, I murmur, feeling an unexpected surge of anger on his behalf. No, he agrees softly. It wasn't. He looks away then, staring out at the city lights. But she didn't just leave me. She tried to ruin me. Went to the media with stories about how I was emotionally abusive and neglectful. I gasp softly, the pieces starting to fit together in my mind. No wonder he's so guarded. After that, he says quietly, Trusting anyone became difficult. My heart aches for him in a way I hadn't anticipated. The man sitting beside me isn't just the powerful CEO or the public figure. He's a human being who's been deeply hurt. Julian, I say gently, I'm so sorry. He turns to me then, his expression softening as he looks at me with something that feels dangerously close to hope. Thanks, he whispers. I slide closer to him on the bed, feeling the warmth of his body next to mine. The urge to comfort him grows stronger, almost overwhelming. Before I can second-guess myself, I reach out and place a hand on his shoulder. Julian, I say softly, you don't have to go through this alone. His eyes meet mine, filled with a mix of surprise and gratitude. The walls he's built around himself seem to waver, just for a moment. Without thinking, I move my hand up and gently cup his cheek. His skin feels warm under my touch, and he leans into it slightly, closing his eyes. I mean it, I whisper, my voice barely audible. I'm here for you. Julian opens his eyes again, and the look in them makes my heart skip a beat. There's vulnerability there, but also something deeper, something raw and unspoken. His hand reaches up to cover mine on his cheek, holding it there as if he's afraid I'll pull away. Natalie, he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. I don't know who moves first. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's me. But suddenly, our faces are inches apart. Our breaths mingling in the small space between us. My heart races as his gaze drops to my lips. And then he kisses me. It's gentle at first, tentative, as if he's testing the waters. But the moment our lips touch, a jolt of electricity courses through me, igniting something deep inside. My hand slides from his cheek to the back of his neck, pulling him closer as the kiss deepens. Julian responds with an intensity that takes my breath away. His hands move to my waist, gripping me firmly but not roughly. I feel myself melting into him, losing track of everything except the sensation of his lips on mine. The world outside ceases to exist. There's only us, wrapped up in this moment of raw passion and undeniable connection. Every kiss seems to speak volumes of what words can't express: longing, need, maybe even a glimmer of hope. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathless and wide-eyed. My heart pounds in my chest as I search his face for some sign of regret or hesitation, but all I see is desire mirrored back at me. I lean my forehead against his, both of us trying to catch our breath. Julian, I whisper again. He closes his eyes and nods slightly against me, his grip on my waist tightening ever so slightly. Yeah, he whispers back, and for once, words aren't necessary.
Chapter 10. Julian. I pace the length of my penthouse living room, the city lights twinkling through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The board's meeting looms over me like a storm cloud ready to burst. Natalie's sitting on the couch flipping through a legal brief, but her presence isn't enough to calm the chaos in my mind. We're running out of time, I mutter, more to myself than to her. She looks up, her eyes softening. We've done everything we can, Julian. Public appearances, strategic meetings. We've shown them more than enough proof we're stable. Stable, I scoff. A week isn't enough to convince anyone that we're in a real marriage. She closes the brief and leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Well, we just have to trust that what we've done is enough, and the cards all fall into place. I stop pacing and turn to face her. This is not a gamble. This merger is crucial for Hart Enterprises. Without it, we lose our edge in the market. Her eyes meet mine, unwavering. I know what's at stake, Julian. There's something in her gaze that makes me believe she genuinely cares about more than just her part in this. It's unsettling how much I've come to rely on her support. I sit down beside her, rubbing my temples. What if they see through us? What if Katherine's rumors gain traction? Then we'll handle it, like we have been, she says firmly. Together. That word, together, sends a strange warmth through me. I've always been alone in my battles, even when Katherine was by my side. But Natalie, she's different. You're right, I say finally, though doubt still gnaws at me. Julian, she says softly, reaching out to place a hand on my arm. It will all work out. We've worked too hard for it not to. Her touch is grounding, a tether in the storm raging inside me. For a moment, I allow myself to breathe. Thank you, I say quietly. She nods, squeezing my arm before letting go. We should go over our calendar for the next 3 days. Make sure everything's airtight. Yeah. I pull out my phone and open the calendar app. As we dive into our planning, a sense of determination solidifies within me. There are mere hours left to secure everything we've worked for. And for the first time in years, I'm not facing it alone. I sit at my desk, staring at the city skyline. It's less than an hour before we sit down for the board meeting, and the weight of the merger and our fake marriage presses down on me like a lead blanket. Every minute that creeps by, the board's ultimatum feels more like a noose tightening around my neck. Natalie's been different the last 3 days. Distant. I catch her lost in thought, her eyes clouded with something I can't quite decipher. It gnaws at me, this growing gap between us. Natalie, I call out, trying to break through the wall she's building. She looks up from her laptop, a forced smile on her face. Yes? Are we good? I mean, everything all right? She hesitates, and that hesitation twists my gut into knots. Yeah, just a lot on my mind, trying to stay focused. I lean back in my chair, studying her. You've seemed distant. She closes her laptop and stands up, walking over to the window. It's nothing personal, Julian. Just processing everything. Processing, I echo, bitterness creeping into my voice. You said we're in this together, remember? She turns to face me, crossing her arms over her chest. I haven't forgotten. Then why does it feel like you're pulling away? She sighs, running a hand through her hair. It's complicated. Complicated. That word again. It's becoming a barrier between us. Talk to me, I urge. I'm just trying to keep everything professional, she says softly. This was supposed to be an arrangement, nothing more. I don't want whatever is going on between us to jeopardize anything for you. But it feels like more, I admit, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Her eyes widen slightly, but she quickly masks her surprise. We can't let emotions get in the way. Too late for that, I mutter under my breath. What? She asks, frowning. Nothing. I stand up and walk over to join her by the window. Natalie, we have to be on the same page for this to work. I know, she says quietly. We stand there in silence for a moment, the tension between us palpable. I'm not going anywhere, she finally says. Good, I reply, though doubt still lingers. As much as I want to believe her words, the distance between us keeps growing wider. And with each passing day, the stakes of our wager feel more insurmountable. The boardroom's heavy oak doors loom ahead, an ominous gateway to the skeptical eyes waiting inside. Natalie walks beside me, her posture immaculate, every inch the poised lawyer. My fingers brush against hers briefly as I reach for the door handle. I want to say something reassuring, but words feel inadequate. We step inside together, and all conversation halts. The room is filled with the company's biggest power players, each one wearing a look of measured scrutiny. Bryce Donaldson just happens to sit at the head of the table, his gaze icy and calculating. Had he not been the top of the corporate food chain, I would have beat his ass months ago for propositioning Katherine multiple times while we were together. But I value my job more than that self-righteous bitch right now. Mr. Hart, Miss Carter, he begins, not bothering with pleasantries. Please take a seat. It's Mrs. Hart, sir, Natalie replies with a kind smile. My apologies, Bryce says with a menacing smile. We sit down, and I feel the weight of their stares pressing down on us. We've called this meeting, he continues, because there are growing concerns about the authenticity of your relationship. Natalie straightens in her chair, her green eyes flashing with determination. I assure you, our relationship is genuine. Bryce's eyebrow arches slightly. Forgive us if we remain unconvinced. The timing of your marriage is rather convenient. It's not about convenience, I interject firmly. It's about finding someone who understands and supports you. A murmur ripples through the board members, skepticism etched on their faces. Actions speak louder than words, Bryce counters. Your public appearances have been noted, but we need more than just displays. What exactly are you looking for? Natalie asks, her tone calm but edged with steel. Proof, another board member chimes in. Something that goes beyond surface-level gestures. I clench my jaw, feeling frustration simmer beneath my composed exterior. We've been transparent from the start. Our commitment is real. Natalie places a hand on mine under the table, a small gesture of solidarity that doesn't go unnoticed by Bryce. Then it shouldn't be difficult to provide more convincing evidence, he says smoothly. I lean forward, locking eyes with him. What kind of evidence? Perhaps a more personal display of your life together, he suggests. Something intimate and unscripted. Natalie and I exchange a quick glance. Fine, she agrees before I can respond. You'll have your proof. Bryce nods, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Well, that was much easier than expected. Had I known you could provide such concrete proof, I wouldn't have had to bother these nice people and have them alter their schedules. Any further questions? I ask, hoping to portray my irritation in my voice. Yes, actually. A small man with thick-framed glasses and last season's Nordstrom suit speaks up. Miss Hart, he starts, his voice dripping with condescension. Your background in law is impressive, but what qualifies you to stand beside Julian in this critical merger? Natalie's jaw tightens. Before she can respond, I lean forward, my hands gripping the edge of the table. Her qualifications aren't up for debate, I snap. Natalie has proven herself time and again in her field. She's more than capable. A murmur of dissent rises from the executives. One of them, a middle-aged man with a perpetual scowl, scoffs openly. We're not questioning her legal prowess, Mr. Hart, he says. So why bother asking? I retort, my voice low and dangerous. Bryce raises a hand to silence the murmurs. Because we need to ensure stability for the sake of Hart Enterprises. Natalie brings stability, I argue. She's been nothing but supportive and dedicated since we started this journey together. Another executive chimes in, her tone icy. Supportive, or just playing along for financial gain? I slam my hand on the table, causing everyone to flinch. Enough. Natalie has integrity and principles, qualities that are invaluable in both personal and professional realms. Natalie places a calming hand on my arm, but I can feel the tremor of anger in her touch. You've crossed a line, I say evenly, addressing the room. I stand up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. We will prove it. But understand this. Questioning Natalie's integrity is questioning mine as well. And I won't stand for it. The room falls silent, my words hanging heavy in the air. Very well, Bryce finally says, his voice measured. We'll expect your proof soon. As we exit the boardroom, I feel Natalie's grip tighten around my hand briefly before she lets go. We need to be ready, she says quietly once we're alone in the hallway. We will be, I reply with more confidence than I feel. The stakes have just been raised higher than ever before.
Chapter 11. Natalie. Days after the board meeting, tension hums in the air like a live wire. Julian and I tread carefully around each other, the weight of our circumstances pressing down. I focus on gathering some sort of concrete proof for the board, anything to validate our marriage beyond the mere facade. The urgency of our situation leaves no room for missteps. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, coffee in hand, scrolling through the notes on my computer. My mind is a whirlwind of legal jargon and merger details, but it's better than dwelling on whatever this is or what it could be with Julian. The front door slams open, and I look up, startled. Julian stands there, drenched from head to toe, rainwater dripping onto the hardwood floor. His dark hair is plastered to his forehead, and his suit clings to his athletic frame. "What the hell are you doing?" I ask, incredulous. "You walked home? Why didn't you call your driver?" "Needed to clear my head," he says curtly, his piercing blue eyes locking onto mine. There's an intensity in his gaze that makes me uncomfortable. I stand up and run to grab a towel from the bathroom, handing it to him. He takes it but doesn't move to dry off. Instead, he just stands there, staring at me like he's trying to read my mind. "Why have you been avoiding me?" His voice is low but demanding, leaving no room for evasion. I swallow hard, searching for the right words. "I haven't been avoiding you," I lie. "Liar," he snaps. I feel my cheeks heat up, but force myself to stay calm. "We have a lot on our plates right now. The merger isn't an excuse," he interrupts, stepping closer until there's barely any space between us. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. "Julian, this arrangement is complicated enough without adding personal feelings into the mix." His eyes narrow slightly, as if weighing my words carefully. "You think I don't know that? But ignoring what's happening between us won't make it go away." The tension in the room is palpable, almost suffocating. I glance away, unable to hold his intense gaze any longer. "I'm just trying to protect both of us," I say quietly. "From what?" His voice softens just a fraction. "From the disappointment if this merger doesn't go through," I say. Julian's eyes flash with anger. "That's your excuse?" "Yes. I mean, I don't know," I shout, crossing my arms over my chest. "We're both dealing with an enormous amount of pressure right now. The stress could be leading us to act irrationally." He shakes his head, taking a step closer. "You're lying to yourself, Natalie. We both know it's more than that." I feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes and curse myself for showing weakness. "Why do you care so much?" I whisper. "Because you know as well as I do, this isn't just about the merger anymore," he replies, his voice gentler now. I close my eyes, taking a shaky breath before finally meeting his gaze again. "If I don't put distance between us," I confess quietly, "then I'll end up doing something stupid." His expression softens slightly as he steps even closer, reaching out to gently cup my face in his hands. "Something stupid like what?" "Like falling for you," I admit in barely more than a whisper. Julian's eyes widen for a moment before he pulls me into a tight embrace. In that moment, every carefully constructed barrier crumbles. I can't hold back anymore. I tilt my head up, and our lips collide in a fierce, hungry kiss. He presses me against the wall, the cold surface a stark contrast to the heat building between us. Water drips from his clothes, soaking into mine, but I don't care. All I can think about is him, his mouth, his touch. Julian's kiss deepens, and I gasp against his lips. His tongue slides into my mouth, exploring with a fervor that makes my head spin. He trails kisses down my neck, each one leaving a burning imprint on my skin. I cling to him, my fingers tangling in his wet hair. "Julian," I manage to gasp between kisses. "You're getting the floor all wet?" He pulls back slightly, looking at me with an intensity that makes my knees weak. His eyes darken with a mix of desire and something more primal. "The only thing I'm worried about getting wet tonight," he growls, his voice low and dangerous, "is you." His words send a jolt of desire straight through me. Before I can respond, he captures my mouth again with renewed urgency. Julian's kisses grow more demanding as he pushes me harder against the wall. His grip tightens around me as he lifts me effortlessly. My legs wrap around his waist instinctively, my fingers clutching his shoulders for support. He strides purposefully towards the bedroom, his eyes never leaving mine. "Do you know how hard it's been resisting you?" His voice is a low growl, filled with frustration and raw desire. "How many times I've had to beat off in the shower thinking about you." I shiver at his words, the intensity in his gaze sending a thrill through me. The hallway blurs as he carries me, each step purposeful and determined. "I thought about what sounds you'll make when you fall apart, and how it will sound when you're screaming my name." I tighten my legs tighter around him, desperate for pressure. "Or how many times I've had to convince myself not to wake you up in the morning and take you right there," he continues, his voice rough with need. My breath catches at his confession, a mixture of shock and need flooding my senses. The sheer honesty in his words, the raw desire, leaves me speechless. He kicks open the bedroom door and strides inside, using my back to slam the door shut, the impact sending a thrill through me. He lets my feet touch the ground, but his hands never leave my body. The damp fabric of his business jacket clings to me as I help him shuck it off. Our movements hurried and frantic. "Do you know how long I've been wanting this?" His voice is a low growl in my ear, making my heart race. I tug at his tie, loosening it with trembling fingers. "How long?" I manage to ask, breathless from both his words and his touch. "Since the moment you walked into my office," he replies, his tone raw and honest. "I've been fantasizing about ripping these clothes off you." I shiver at his confession, the intensity of his desire matching my own. His hands move to the hem of my blouse, lifting it over my head in one swift motion. The cool air hits my skin, a stark contrast to the heat between us. And if you want to know just what I do next, you'll have to go to tylawalker.com to find out, because it's way too hot to put on YouTube and get away with it. With the discount code SAVE40, you can even get 40% off of any digital product on Miss Tyla's website. If you think that's spicy, just wait until you hear what happens next. A smile tugs at my lips. "It was pretty amazing." I agree, my voice a whisper. His fingers trace patterns on my skin, sending little shivers through me despite the sated warmth flooding my body. "You're not going back to your room tonight," he declares firmly. "Do I need to?" I ask, half teasing, half serious. "Hell no," he growls softly, pulling me even closer. "You're not leaving my bed." Julian's arms tighten around me as he lets out a deep sigh. "I wish we could stay like this," he murmurs, his voice barely more than a whisper. No stress, no crap from the office. Just us. I shift slightly to look up at him, the moonlight casting a soft glow on his face. The vulnerability in his eyes catches me off guard. Julian Hart, the man who always has everything under control, admitting to wanting an escape. It makes my heart ache for him. "Yeah," I whisper back, tracing a finger along his jawline. "That would be nice." He chuckles softly, but there's no humor in it. "Nice? It would be paradise." His hand moves to cut my cheek, his thumb brushing gently over my skin. But reality's always knocking at the door, isn't it? I nod slowly, understanding all too well the weight of responsibility that drags us back from moments like these. "It is," I agree quietly. He looks at me, a look of almost reverence, of peace. "Thank you," he whispers, his voice barely audible. "For what?" I ask softly. "For being here," he replies simply. The certainty in his voice wraps around me like a warm blanket. He leans in and kisses me softly, his lips gentle and lingering against mine. The kiss is different from the ones before. It's tender, filled with a quiet promise that makes something inside me melt. When he finally pulls away, he reaches over to turn off the light. Darkness envelops us, but I can still feel the heat of his body against mine, grounding me. "I'll see you in the morning," he whispers into the darkness, his breath warm against my ear. I nestle into him, feeling safe and content for the first time in what feels like forever. "Good night," I murmur back, letting sleep claim me as I lay wrapped in Julian's arms.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 12. Natalie. Early morning light filters through the curtains, casting a gentle glow across Julian's bedroom. I wake up to the soft rhythm of his breathing beside me. The warmth of his body radiates against my skin, a comforting reminder of the night we shared. I turn my head to look at him, taking in the relaxed expression on his face. Julian, the powerful and unyielding CEO, looks almost boyish in sleep. His dark hair is tousled, and there's a hint of vulnerability that tugs at my heart. Contentment washes over me as I lie there, feeling the rise and fall of his chest. But beneath it, fear gnaws at me. This wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to maintain boundaries, keep emotions out of it. Yet here I am, lying next to him, feeling more than I should. I quietly watch him sleep, my mind racing with thoughts about the future. What does this mean for us? I can't deny the connection that's grown between us, but it's complicated by our pasts and the pressure we're under. His face is so peaceful now, but I know what lies beneath that calm exterior. A man burdened by responsibility and haunted by betrayal. I reach out tentatively, letting my fingers trace along his jawline, marveling at how different he looks when he's not wearing his usual mask of control. I withdraw my hand before he wakes up, not wanting to disturb this rare moment of tranquility. As much as I cherish it, reality looms just beyond these walls. We still have a merger to secure, rumors to quell, and personal demons to face. The weight of our situation presses down on me. Can we navigate this without falling apart? Or will we lose ourselves in the process? The questions swirl in my mind as I lie there beside him. Julian stirs slightly, a soft sigh escaping his lips. I hold my breath, half hoping he'll wake up so we can talk, really talk, about what happened last night and where we go from here. But he settles back into sleep, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I can't lie here with my thoughts much longer without driving myself crazy, so I slip out of bed carefully, trying not to wake Julian. Padding softly across the room, I head to the kitchen. The morning light spills into the penthouse, casting long shadows and creating a serene atmosphere. I decide to make breakfast, something simple. Scrambled eggs, toast, and coffee. The routine task helps me focus, grounding me amidst the whirlwind of emotions. As I whisk the eggs, I hear footsteps behind me. I glance over my shoulder and see Julian entering the kitchen, shirtless and slightly tousled from sleep. His presence fills the room in an instant. "Smells delicious," he says, his voice still husky from sleep. I give him a small smile, my heart skipping a beat at the sight of him so relaxed and unguarded. "Thanks. It'll be ready in a minute." He leans against the counter, watching me with those piercing blue eyes that seem to see right through me. The silence between us is heavy with unspoken words, but we both let it linger. I finish plating the eggs and toast, setting everything on the table. Julian pours 2 cups of coffee and joins me. We sit down across from each other, the clinking of silverware the only sound breaking the silence. Our usual morning banter is absent today. Instead, we exchange subtle touches, a brush of fingers as he passes the salt, a fleeting touch on my arm as he reaches for his coffee. Each contact sends a jolt through me, reminding me of last night and everything we left unsaid. Julian's gaze meets mine often, filled with an intensity that makes it hard to breathe. I can see he's struggling with his own thoughts, just as I am with mine. The meal continues, in this quiet dance of glances and touches, both of us speaking volumes without uttering a single word. I take a sip of my coffee and catch Julian's eyes again. There's a softness there that I hadn't noticed before, a vulnerability that mirrors my own feelings. It's in these moments that I realize how much deeper our connection runs than either of us anticipated. We finish breakfast in this charged silence, each lost in our thoughts, yet profoundly aware of each other's presence. I stand and begin to clear the table, stacking plates and gathering silverware. Julian follows suit, his presence a comforting weight beside me. As I reach for a dish, I feel his hand on my wrist, stopping me mid-motion. Before I can react, he pulls me into him, wrapping his arms around my waist. The warmth of his body seeps into mine, and for a moment, everything else fades away. "Last night was amazing," he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. I've never felt so at peace. I look up at him, searching his face. His eyes hold a new light, a hope that wasn't there before. "Really?" I ask softly, needing to hear it again. "Yes," he replies, his voice firm yet tender. I feel like I can actually breathe now. The stress about the merger, it's still there, but it's manageable. Because of you. My heart swells at his words. This man, who seemed invincible and untouchable, is showing me a side of him that's raw and real. It's overwhelming and beautiful all at once. Julian's gaze drops to my lips, and I feel the magnetic pull between us intensify. He's leaning in slowly, our faces inches apart. My breath catches in my throat as I close my eyes, ready to lose myself in him once more. Just as our lips are about to touch, Julian's phone blares from the counter. The harsh ringtone shatters the moment like glass hitting the floor. He groans softly, but doesn't let go of me. "Hold that thought," he says with a wry smile before reluctantly stepping away to answer the call. I stand there, heart pounding and body tingling from the closeness we just shared. As he picks up the phone and starts speaking in his commanding tone, I can't help but feel a mixture of frustration and longing. Julian's eyes flick back to me as he talks on the phone, and I see that same longing reflected in them. It's clear that neither of us is ready for this moment to end. I stand silent turmoil, watching Julian as he paces the kitchen, phone in hand. His tone shifts from calm to agitated, and my heart sinks as I catch snippets of the conversation. "No, Robert, I understand," Julian's voice carries through the partially closed door. "But this is crossing a line. Yes, Katherine again." A sense of dread settles in my stomach. Katherine. Of course it had to be her. The woman who seems determined to ruin everything for Julian, and now for me too. Julian's voice rises, frustration clear in his words. She can't just, "No, we're handling it." I know what's at stake. The intensity in his voice makes it hard to focus on anything else. My mind races with possibilities of what she could have done this time. My breakfast I consumed threatens to come back up. "I'll deal with it." Julian almost growls into the phone before hanging up, tossing it on the counter. His eyes lock onto mine, and I can see the turmoil brewing within him. "What happened?" I ask, my voice steady despite the anxiety churning inside me. Julian runs a hand through his hair, taking a deep breath before speaking. "Katherine called a press conference today accusing us of faking our marriage." The words hit me like a punch to the gut. All our efforts to maintain this facade, the careful planning and public appearances, it all feels like it's unraveling in an instant. I stand up, trying to process the gravity of his revelation. What press conference? How come we didn't know about this? I can feel myself internally spiraling. What exactly did she say? Apparently, she presented some document claiming that it's evidence that proves our marriage is fraudulent, Julian explains, his jaw tight with tension. Richard said he was able to secure a copy of the document, and it's obviously been doctored. And I expect nothing less of that conniving bitch, he says with a sigh. But the press isn't one to validate credibility before they go posting crap and stirring up drama. Anger flares within me at Katherine's audacity. That vindictive, I stop myself, taking a deep breath to regain composure. What do we do now? Julian steps closer, determination replacing some of the frustration in his eyes. We fight back. We prove her wrong. We just have to figure out how to go about that. I nod, feeling a surge of resolve. We've come too far to let Katherine destroy everything we've built, everything we're starting to mean to each other. Julian reaches out, squeezing my hand reassuringly. His touch grounds me amidst the chaos swirling around us. "I won't let that bitch win, Natalie. There's more at stake now," he says as he tucks a piece of hair behind my ear. "We'll get through this," he says firmly, and despite everything, I believe him.
Chapter 13. Julian. I stand by the window, staring out at the chaotic Manhattan skyline, trying to process the mess Katherine has stirred up. The press conference she called was nothing short of a spectacle, designed to drag me through the mud. She presented doctored evidence, photos, emails, and even supposed testimonies from people who barely knew us, each piece meticulously crafted to paint our marriage as a sham. How did I ever let myself fall for her? Katherine Lane, the very definition of a snake in designer heels. Her ambition had always been apparent, but I once admired it. Now, it's a venomous weapon aimed directly at my heart and my company. I turn away from the window and pace the length of my office. The media frenzy is beyond anything I've ever faced. Reporters are camped outside Hart Enterprises, eager to get a statement or snap a compromising photo. My phone buzzes incessantly with calls and messages from board members, investors, and friends, all seeking answers or offering unwanted advice. The rage simmers inside me as I watch the news. They're ripping Natalie apart, questioning her integrity and professionalism. Talking heads on every channel debate our relationship like it's some kind of game. It's infuriating. I slam my fist on the desk, knocking things to the floor, the sound echoing through the office. This is ridiculous. My desk is littered with empty coffee cups and crumpled papers. The glow from my computer screen casts a harsh light, only emphasizing the exhaustion etched into my features. I haven't moved much, except to pace the room when frustration boils over. A knock on the door startles me. I glance up as it opens, revealing Natalie standing there with takeout bags in her hands. She looks tentative, her usual confidence tempered by the weight of our situation. "Thought you might need some dinner," she says softly, stepping into the room. I blink, momentarily speechless. The sight of her brings a strange mix of relief and guilt. "Thanks," I manage to say, my voice rough from hours of silence. She sets the bags on the table and starts unpacking them. Chinese food from our favorite spot. The smell alone is enough to remind me how long it's been since I ate anything substantial. Natalie takes a seat across from me, her movements slow and deliberate. She's trying to gauge my mood, I realize. "Let's just eat. Then we will make a game plan, okay?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I sigh, rubbing my temples. "Okay." I sit across from Natalie, the remnants of our takeout dinner scattered between us. The smell of Chinese food mingles with the faint aroma of her perfume, creating an oddly comforting atmosphere amidst the chaos. "All right," I begin, leaning forward. "We have to show the world we're more than just a convenient arrangement." Natalie nods, her eyes sharp and focused. "Correct. We need to control the narrative before Katherine twists it any further." I nod in agreement. "First, we need to address the media directly. A press conference, maybe?" She shakes her head slightly. "No, that puts us on the defensive. We need something more personal, more human." I mull over her words. She's right. A press conference would feel too clinical. "How about an interview or a podcast? Something where we can share our story in our own words." Her eyes light up with approval. "Ooh, yes. A podcast could work, but it has to be with someone reputable. Someone who won't sensationalize it." "I'll have my assistant do some research," I suggest. "Perfect," she says, a small smile forming on her lips. I feel a weight lift off my shoulders as we start fleshing out the details. We discuss how we'll present ourselves, the key points we need to hit, and how to handle any curveballs Katherine might throw our way. Natalie's legal mind is razor sharp, cutting through potential pitfalls with ease. She thinks of angles I hadn't considered, her insights invaluable. "We should have some photos taken," she says thoughtfully. "Like some Christmas card-worthy photos." I laugh in agreement. "We could do a photo shoot here, maybe even include Mark. Show that this isn't just about us, but also about family." She looks touched by my suggestion, and for a moment her professional mask slips. That's a great idea. Leaning back in my chair, I let out a long breath. We can do this. Natalie smiles at me, a genuine warmth in her eyes that eases some of my lingering tension. Yes, we can. In this moment of quiet triumph, I realize just how seamless our partnership is becoming. It's not just about damage control. It's about trust and mutual support. "I'm going to grab a shower. I smell like I work for a Chinese restaurant," she laughs. "Funny. I thought it was just some new fragrance you were trying out," I say with a smirk. As she leaves the room, she smacks me in the shoulder and mumbles what I think is jerk under her breath. As I sit there in the dim light of my office, surrounded by empty takeout containers and scribbled notes, I feel something shift between us, a deeper understanding that transcends our initial arrangement. It's not just about surviving the storm anymore. It's about facing it head-on with someone who's become more than just a business partner or a fake spouse. Someone who's become essential. It hits me like a freight train. I'm falling in love with her. I lean back in my chair, trying to process the revelation. I know this wasn't supposed to happen, but somewhere along the line, she became more than just a partner in this charade. She became someone I genuinely care about, someone I can't imagine my life without. Every smile, every touch, every shared moment has chipped away at the walls I built around myself after Katherine. Natalie's laughter feels like sunlight breaking through clouds, her touch grounding me in ways I never thought possible. She sees me, not the CEO or the figurehead, but Julian, with all my flaws and vulnerabilities. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Falling for her feels inevitable. And truth be told, even if I could stop it, I wouldn't want to. Loving Natalie isn't a weakness. It's a strength that gives me hope amidst the chaos. In this quiet moment surrounded by chaos and uncertainty, one thing is clear. I'm falling for Natalie Carter, and there's no turning back. Chapter 14. Julian. Hearing Katherine's venomous words seep through the grapevine irritates me beyond measure. The podcast was supposed to be our ace, and it turned out beautifully, but Katherine is relentless. It's not just the attacks on our supposed marriage that set me on edge. It's the way she's dragging Natalie through the mud, commenting on her looks and her skills as a lawyer. That I won't tolerate. Natalie's been nothing but a pillar of strength and integrity throughout this entire ordeal. She doesn't deserve to be smeared by Katherine's petty vendetta. The thought of her feeling hurt or doubting herself because of Katherine's spite makes my blood boil. I won't let Natalie get hurt. I decide to handle this myself. Enough is enough. I stride out of my office, not bothering to hide the storm brewing inside me. My assistant barely has time to look up before I bark, "Cancel my meetings for the afternoon." "Mr. Hart, now," I snap, cutting off any protest. I head straight to the elevator, punching the button for the ground floor with more force than necessary. The ride down feels interminable, every second feeding my anger. By the time I step out onto the bustling streets of Manhattan, I'm a man on a mission. I flag down a cab and give Katherine's office address. The driver must sense my mood because he wisely keeps quiet. Arriving at Lane Industries, I push through the revolving doors and march up to reception. "I need to see Katherine Lane," I demand. The receptionist looks taken aback but tries to maintain her composure. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, but she'll want to see me." My tone leaves no room for argument. After a tense exchange over the phone, she nods reluctantly and gestures toward the elevator. "She'll see you now." The ride up feels like climbing into enemy territory. When the doors slide open, Katherine's office is just ahead. Modern, sleek, devoid of any warmth. I walk in without knocking. Katherine looks up from her desk, surprise flashing in her eyes before she masks it with a cool smile. "Julian, to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?" "Cut the lies, Katherine," I growl, stepping closer. "You need to stop." She leans back in her chair, feigning innocence. "Stop what? Speaking the truth?" "Dragging Natalie into this," I spit out, questioning her abilities and attacking her character. "You've crossed a line." Katherine's smile turns icy. "She's collateral damage in your little scheme." "She's got nothing to do with our past," I snap back. "You want to come after me? Fine, but leave her out of it." She rises from her chair slowly, walking around her desk with calculated steps. "Defending your fake wife so fiercely makes one wonder if there's more to this little charade than you're letting on." "It's not a charade," I snap. "Not anymore." She raises an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Oh? Do tell." My jaw tightens. I won't give her the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. "What you did was low. Even for you," I say through gritted teeth. "But it doesn't matter what you say or do. I'm committed to Natalie." Katherine stands, smoothing out the imaginary wrinkles in her designer skirt. "Committed?" She scoffs, stepping around the desk to face me directly. "Julian, you can't possibly think this will end well for you." I cross my arms over my chest, meeting her gaze head on. "What I think is that you're desperate to make me miserable, because you can't stand that I've moved on." Her eyes flash with anger for a split second before she regains her composure. "Moved on?" She laughs coldly. "You're fooling yourself if you believe she's going to stick around after that check gets cut." "She won't," I admit, feeling the words burn as they leave my mouth. It's something more now. The admission feels like peeling away armor, leaving me exposed but resolute. Katherine advances, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "You always were so predictable, Julian. Always needing to be in control." I hold my ground, unwavering. "And you always underestimated me." My voice hardens. Natalie isn't just some pawn in a game. She means something to me. Something real. Katherine steps closer, her perfume, something expensive and suffocating, invades my senses. She places a manicured hand on my chest, her touch cold and calculating. "Julian," she murmurs, her voice taking on a sickeningly sweet tone. "You don't have to do this. We had something special once, remember?" I recoil slightly, the revulsion evident in my expression. "What we had was a lie," I say, my voice flat and unyielding. She doesn't back down, her hand sliding up to my shoulder. "It doesn't have to be this way. We could be great together again. You know that." I take a step back, putting distance between us. "Stop it, Katherine. Whatever you're trying to do, it's not going to work." Her eyes narrow, the seduction dropping like a mask. "Oh, I see," she hisses. "You really are serious about your little lawyer." I shake my head, disgust curling in my stomach. "I wouldn't entertain a second chance with you if my life depended on it. It's pathetic how far you've fallen." Her face twists with rage, and she drops all pretense of allure. "You think you can just walk away from me? You think you can humiliate me and get away with it?" I stand firm, refusing to be intimidated. "Watch me." Katherine's expression hardens into something menacing. "You're going to regret this," she says through clenched teeth. "I'll tear you down, Julian. You and your precious company." "Try me," I reply with a smug grin. "You're making a mistake," she yells, all heads turning her direction in the office. "The only mistake I made was ever trusting you," I reply firmly. I turn on my heel and walk out of her office without looking back. The hallway outside feels like a breath of fresh air compared to the toxic atmosphere I just left behind. But Katherine's threats linger in my mind as I head back to my office at Hart Enterprises. There's no time to waste. Damage control needs to start now. In the Hart Enterprises boardroom, I struggle to focus. The voices around the table blur into a low hum as my mind drifts to Natalie. She's become a constant in my thoughts, making it damn near impossible to concentrate. "Julian, your thoughts on the Argo Tech clause?" Robert Langley's voice slices through my fog. He eyes me skeptically, probably sensing my distraction. I clear my throat and force myself back into the moment. "The clause. Right." I glance at the document in front of me, but the words swim. All I can think about is her laugh, her touch, the way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not paying attention. "Julian," Langley presses, impatience evident. I take a breath, steadying myself. "I believe the clause is beneficial for both parties," I say, though I can't muster the same conviction that usually marks my statements. Langley raises an eyebrow but nods slowly. The room shifts back to its regular rhythm, discussions flowing over contract details and merger implications. Yet I can't shake this nagging doubt. Does Natalie feel the same way about me? Is she struggling like I am? A sharp knock on the door interrupts us. My assistant steps in, whispering something urgent about an issue with Katherine. I've been biding my time waiting for her next strike. No way did I think she was going to sit idly by while I humiliated her in front of everyone. "We'll take a 10-minute break," I announce abruptly, and stride out of the room without waiting for a response. I find myself standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Manhattan. Rain streaks down the glass, mirroring my internal chaos. I lean against the cool surface, trying to push thoughts of Natalie aside. How can I navigate this storm when my feelings for her grow stronger every day? And more importantly, does she feel the way I do? This all-consuming need to want to be with her? I look at my watch, noticing 10 minutes has passed while I've been in here drowning in my thoughts. I return to the boardroom and I let myself hope that maybe, just maybe, there's something real between us worth fighting for.
Chapter 15. Natalie. Hot water cascades over my shoulders, washing away the stress of the last few days. As I stand under the spray, I replay the whirlwind of events. Julian and I haven't crossed that line again, but we've been inseparable. Preparing for the merger gala, finalizing details, making sure everything's perfect. It's been intense. I turn my face up to the water, letting it stream down my cheeks. Julian's been nothing but professional lately, focused and determined. It makes me wonder if he's regretting that night we gave in to our desires. I wrap my arms around myself, remembering how it felt to be close to him, how our connection went beyond just a contract. But then there was Katherine. Julian didn't have to confront her. He could have ignored her schemes and let his lawyers handle it. Instead, he marched into her office and faced her down. He told me about it afterward, his voice tight with controlled fury. If he didn't care about me, why would he do that? Why go through the trouble of defending me so fiercely? I turn off the shower and step out, wrapping myself in a plush towel. The steam swirls around me as I wipe the fog from the mirror and catch my reflection, green eyes staring back at me with a mixture of determination and confusion. Julian's actions speak louder than his words sometimes. His protectiveness, his willingness to challenge Katherine head-on, it all suggests he feels something deeper. But then why this sudden distance? Maybe he's just as scared as I am of what this could mean for us professionally and personally. I grab my robe and slip it on, heading toward the bedroom, where my gown for tonight's gala hangs on the closet door. The Argotech merger is critical. Julian's future hinges on it as much as mine does now. There's no room for personal entanglements when so much is at stake. Still, a part of me clings to hope. Hope that tonight at the gala, amidst all the business talk and schmoozing with investors, there will be a moment where Julian looks at me not just as his strategic partner, but as something more. I take a deep breath and start getting ready, determined to face whatever comes next with strength and grace. For Mark, for Julian, and maybe, just maybe, for myself too. I put the finishing touches on my makeup, ensuring every stroke is perfect. Tonight's gala at the Plaza Hotel is pivotal, not just for Julian, but for us. I chose the sequined royal blue dress because it reminded me of his eyes, those piercing blue eyes that saw through every facade. As I take one last look in the mirror, my heart races. Descending the grand staircase, I see Julian standing there. He looks dapper in his fitted tuxedo, exuding confidence and charm. His wide smile as he looks up at me sends a shiver down my spine. "You look breathtaking," he says, his voice deep and genuine. I can't help but smile back. "You don't look so bad yourself." He holds out his arm, and I take it without hesitation. The warmth of his skin against mine feels reassuring. We head to the car waiting outside. Julian opens my door with a gallant gesture, something I'm starting to get used to, but never take for granted. The drive to the gala is filled with a comfortable silence, punctuated only by the occasional hum of the city around us. We both know what's on the line tonight. Words aren't necessary. As we pull up to the grand entrance of the plaza, the flashing lights of photographers await us. Julian turns to me, his hand lightly squeezing mine. "Ready?" "Always," I reply, meeting his gaze with newfound determination. We step out into the sea of cameras and questions, ready to face whatever comes our way together. The grand ballroom of the Plaza Hotel dazzles under chandeliers that cast a soft golden glow. The air buzzes with the hum of conversation, laughter, and clinking glasses. Julian's hand rests on the small of my back as we make our entrance, and I feel a surge of pride. All eyes are on us, and for a moment, I forget about the arrangement. We look like any other couple deeply in love. Julian leans in close, his breath warm against my ear. "You're stealing the show," he whispers, his voice sending shivers down my spine. I chuckle softly, feeling a flush of warmth at his words. "You taught me well." He squeezes my hand gently and leads me further into the room. We weave through the crowd seamlessly, his hand never leaving mine. The electricity between us is palpable, and I notice more than a few glances in our direction. People seem to sense our chemistry. It's like an unspoken current that binds us together. As we stop to greet a group of investors, Julian's thumb lightly caresses the back of my hand. It's a small gesture, but enough to send my heart racing. He introduces me with such pride that it almost feels real. "This is my wife, Natalie," he says, looking at me with those intense blue eyes. "She's been an incredible support through all this." I smile warmly at the investors, feeling their curious gazes shift between us. "It's been a pleasure working alongside Julian," I say, meaning every word more than I care to admit. We continue to circulate around the room, stopping occasionally to chat with guests or board members. Each time Julian introduces me or whispers something in my ear, I feel our connection deepening. It's both exhilarating and terrifying. At one point, we find ourselves near the dance floor where couples sway to a soft melody. Julian turns to me with a mischievous grin. "Care to dance?" I nod, unable to resist him. He pulls me close as we glide onto the floor, his strong arms enveloping me in a way that feels both protective and intimate. As we move in sync with the music, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember where our arrangement ends and real feelings begin. But for tonight, under the sparkling chandeliers and watchful eyes of Manhattan's elite, it doesn't matter. The song wraps up, sooner than I would have liked, and we saunter off in the hunt for another round of champagne. As we make our way across the room, I notice a woman approaching us. She stands out in her luxurious attire, her dark hair perfectly styled. Her eyes lock on to Julian almost immediately. She glides over with a smile that could melt ice. "Julian," she purrs, placing a hand on his arm. "You look absolutely dashing tonight." "Veronica," he acknowledges her with a nod, but his grip on my waist tightens slightly. Veronica's gaze shifts to me, her smile widening but not reaching her eyes. "And you must be Natalie. I've heard so much about you. I'm Veronica Drake." "It's nice to meet you. All good things, I hope," I reply smoothly, matching her smile with one of my own. "Of course," she says lightly before turning her attention back to Julian. "Julian and I go way back," she adds with a wink. "Don't we?" I feel a pang of jealousy twist in my gut as she leans closer to him, her fingers trailing down his arm. The casual intimacy makes my blood boil. "We do," Julian responds, his tone even but lacking warmth. I try to focus on the conversations around us, but it's hard to ignore Veronica's blatant flirtation. Her laugh grates on my nerves, as does the way she touches him so casually, the familiarity in her gestures. It's like she's marking her territory right in front of me. I feel a flare of jealousy that surprises me with its intensity. As they continue to talk about old times and shared business ventures, I force myself to remain composed. But inside, jealousy simmers dangerously close to the surface. Julian's grip on my waist tightens, as if he senses my unease. But it's not enough. I need to make it clear that he's with me tonight. Without thinking, I slide my hand up his chest, resting it just below his shoulder. It's a small gesture, but the possessiveness behind it shocks even me. Veronica's eyes flick to my hand, and for a moment there's a flash of something, irritation, before she masks it with another one of her polished smiles. "Natalie," she says smoothly, "you must be so proud of Julian. He's quite the catch." I smile back, but there's steel behind it now. "I am," I say firmly, "and I know he is." Julian glances at me, surprise and something else, gratitude, in his eyes. He wraps an arm around my shoulders, pulling me even closer. "You do," he echoes, his voice steady and reassuring. Veronica looks like she's about to say something else, but I don't give her the chance. "It was nice meeting you, Veronica," I say pointedly. "But if you'll excuse us, Julian and I have some people we need to talk to." I steer him away before she can respond, feeling a rush of satisfaction at having reclaimed some control over the situation. As we move through the crowd, Julian leans down to murmur in my ear. "Jealous?" His tone is teasing, but there's an undercurrent of seriousness. Maybe a little, I admit, meeting his gaze head on. He chuckles softly, the sound vibrating through me. I like it. His words send a thrill through me, and I realize just how deep my attachment has grown. The jealousy I felt wasn't just about Veronica. It was about what Julian means to me now. This isn't just an arrangement anymore. It's something real. He sighs and pulls me closer, whispering in my ear, "You're the one I'm here with tonight." His words soothe some of the jealousy burning inside me, but as we rejoin the crowd, Veronica's lingering presence is a reminder that this night is far from over. As we continue to navigate the room together, I find myself holding on to him just a bit tighter. Veronica fades into the background as we move away, but the nagging feeling in my chest remains. I glance at Julian, his jaw set in a determined line, his eyes scanning the room for our next conversational target. He's a master at this, navigating social landscapes with ease, keeping everyone charmed and at bay. But why did he let Veronica flirt with him like that? In front of me, no less. His wife. Well, fake wife, but still. Shouldn't he have shut it down more decisively? We approach a group of investors, and Julian slips back into his smooth-talking CEO mode. I nod along to their conversation about market trends and technological advancements, but my mind keeps drifting back to Veronica's hand on his arm, her knowing smile. "Julian," one of the investors says, "you've got quite the catch here." Julian's arm tightens around my waist. "I know," he replies, looking down at me with those piercing blue eyes. "I'm a lucky man." I force a smile, but my thoughts are miles away. If he cares so much, why didn't he make it clearer to Veronica? The question gnaws at me even as we move through more introductions and small talk. Finally, there's a lull in the conversation, and I seize the moment. "Julian," I say softly, pulling him aside slightly, "why didn't you tell Veronica to back off?" He looks genuinely surprised. "I thought she would get the point." "Well, she didn't," I say, shaking my head. "You let her touch you and flirt with you right in front of me." His brows knit together in confusion before understanding dawns on his face. "Natalie," he says slowly, it's just how she is." "And you're okay with that?" My voice is sharper than I intended. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. "No, I'm not. But this is complicated. She's an investor, and we need her on our side. So that makes it okay for you to allow her to disrespect me like that?" I say with fervor. Julian's eyes flash with something akin to anger before he softens. "Look, I'm sorry," he says quietly. "I should have handled it better." His apology takes some of the edge off my frustration, but it doesn't erase it completely. As we rejoin the crowd, I can't shake the lingering doubt. If Julian can allow that to happen with Veronica right in front of me, what happens behind closed doors when I'm not around?
Chapter 16. Julian. I sit at my desk, staring at the stack of papers that demand my attention. The words blur, meaningless lines of text swimming on the page. My mind keeps drifting to Natalie. She's been pulling away, and I can feel it in every interaction, every sidelong glance. "Mr. Hart?" My assistant's voice snaps me back to reality. "Yes?" I glance up, trying to mask the frustration boiling beneath my calm exterior. "You have a meeting with the board in 10 minutes. "Thanks," I mutter, shuffling the papers into a semblance of order. The board is the least of my worries right now. It's Natalie who's slipping through my fingers, and I can't seem to grasp why. I head into the conference room, but even as I discuss projections and strategies, my thoughts wander back to her. Is she regretting our arrangement? Or is there something more that she's not telling me? "Julian, your input on this matter is crucial." Robert Langley's voice cuts through the fog in my brain. I nod, forcing myself to focus. The merger with Argotech is pivotal for our future growth. We need to ensure every detail is ironed out before moving forward. Langley scrutinizes me, his eyes narrowing as if he senses my distraction. Is everything all right? Of course, I reply curtly, hiding the storm brewing inside me. But deep down, I know I'm lying. To him and myself. After the meeting, I retreat to my office, closing the door behind me. The silence is suffocating, a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. I pick up my phone and scroll through messages from Natalie, brief exchanges that lack the warmth they once held. What changed? Did Katherine's schemes finally wear her down? Or was it my interaction with Veronica at the gala? The thought gnaws at me as I stare out the window at the city skyline. By late afternoon, I've barely made a dent in my workload. My assistant pokes her head in again. Julian, you have another call with Argotech. I sigh, rubbing my temples. Schedule it for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tell them I'm not feeling well today. Yes, sir, she says as she quietly closes the door. For once in my life, business doesn't seem nearly as important as keeping her close. Leaving the office early feels like admitting defeat, but I need to see her. Work can wait. Tonight is about Natalie. I stop by a local bistro and pick up her favorite dishes, hoping this gesture might break the ice. By the time I get back to the penthouse, dusk has settled over the city, casting long shadows through the floor-to-ceiling windows. I set the table with candles and flowers, simple but elegant. Soft music fills the room, a melody that seems to echo the rhythm of my anxious heartbeat. I glance at my watch, noting that she should be home soon. The anticipation gnaws at me, every second feeling like an eternity. When the door opens and Natalie steps in, her eyes widen at the sight before her. Did you do all this for me? Of course, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. We need to talk. She hesitates for a moment, then steps further into the room. Her eyes flicker from the candles to the flowers, and finally settle on me. Talk about what? I motion for her to sit down. I miss you, I admit, sitting across from her. Among all these meetings and public appearances, I miss just being able to spend time with you. Natalie looks down at her hands, fiddling with a napkin. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken words and lingering doubts. I miss you too, she finally whispers, lifting her gaze to meet mine. I take a deep breath, staring into Natalie's eyes. The flickering candlelight dances across her face, casting shadows that make her look even more ethereal. It's now or never. Natalie, I need to tell you something. My voice sounds raw, even to my own ears. She looks up from her plate, green eyes filled with concern. What is it? I push my plate aside, the food forgotten. I'm scared, I admit. Scared of being left alone again. Her brows knit together in confusion. Julian, you're not alone. No, I mean really alone, I clarify. This isn't just about Katherine or the board or even the merger, it's about my past. She reaches out, her hand resting on mine. It's a small gesture, but it anchors me. I grew up in a house with a family, I begin, the words tumbling out now that the dam has broken. But it never felt like a home. My parents were emotionally distant, more concerned with their social status and business deals than with me. Natalie's thumb strokes my hand gently, encouraging me to continue. I remember coming home from school one day with a trophy from a science fair, I say, my voice trembling slightly. I was so excited to show them, but they barely looked up from their dinner party guests. I stood there in my little suit, clutching that trophy, feeling invisible. Her grip tightens on my hand, and I draw strength from her silent support. Then there was Katherine, I continue, the bitterness seeping into my tone despite my best efforts. I thought she was different, thought she understood me, but when things got tough, she left too, publicly and humiliatingly. Natalie's eyes soften with empathy as she listens intently. I've always been afraid that if people saw the real me, the one behind the tailored suits and corporate facade, they'd leave. My voice cracks slightly, and every time someone does, it just reinforces that fear. The silence that follows feels heavy but not uncomfortable. It's as if speaking these truths aloud has lightened a burden I didn't realize I was carrying. Natalie squeezes my hand once more before letting go. She leans back in her chair, studying me with an intensity that makes my heart race. "Julian," she begins softly, "you're far from invisible to me." The sincerity in her voice is like a balm to old wounds, soothing but also exposing just how deep they run. For once in my life, I feel seen, not as Julian Hart, the CEO, but as Julian Hart, the man who's just as flawed and vulnerable as anyone else. And it's both terrifying and liberating all at once. Natalie stands up slowly, her eyes locked on mine, and walks around the table. She leans over me, her face inches from mine. I can feel her breath, warm and soft against my skin. She begins to pepper my face with gentle kisses, my forehead, my cheeks, the corner of my mouth. "Thank you for tonight," she murmurs between kisses. Each touch sends a jolt of electricity through me. My hands move on their own accord, grabbing her waist and pulling her closer. Her scent, a mix of vanilla and something uniquely her, fills my senses. I start to caress her back, feeling the smooth fabric of her dress under my fingers. Natalie slides onto my lap, straddling me. The sudden closeness makes my heart race. Our faces are inches apart now, our breaths mingling. Her hands cup my face as she leans in for a deep kiss. The kiss starts slow but quickly turns hungry. I can't get enough of her. My hands roam over her body, exploring every curve. Her skin feels like silk beneath my fingertips. I can feel myself getting harder by the minute, pressing against the fabric of my pants. There's no way she doesn't notice. She lets out a soft moan into my mouth, her hips grinding slightly against me. The sensation is almost too much to bear. I pull her closer, deepening our kiss even further. My hands find their way to the hem of her dress, slipping underneath to caress her thighs. We're both breathing heavily now, the room around us fading into nothingness. It's just us, our bodies, our desires. Natalie pulls back slightly, looking into my eyes with a mix of longing and determination. Her fingers trace the outline of my jaw before diving back into another searing kiss. I know this moment is teetering on the edge of something more profound and irreversible, but right now, all I care about is feeling every inch of her against me. Natalie slides off my lap, and I instantly feel the loss of her warmth. My heart pounds as she kneels on the floor in front of me. Her eyes lock onto mine, and there's a fire there, something raw and unrestrained. "Let me show you how much I appreciate what you've done for me," she whispers, her voice low and sultry. I can't believe what I'm hearing. My breath catches as her fingers move to the waistband of my slacks, deftly unbuttoning them. The world around me narrows down to just her, and the sensations coursing through my body. This has to be a dream. Or maybe I died and went to heaven. The thought crosses my mind, but the touch of her hands grounds me in reality. Her fingers brush against my skin as she works on the zipper, sending shivers up my spine. My mind races, barely able to keep up with what's happening. Every touch is electric, every movement deliberate and tantalizingly slow. I grip the edge of the chair, knuckles white, trying to anchor myself. "Natalie," I manage to say, my voice hoarse with desire and disbelief. She looks up at me through her lashes, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Just relax," she murmurs. "Let me take care of you." And for the first time in forever, I release control, knowing she will guide me the closest I've ever been to nirvana. "You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?"
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 17. Julian. Sorry to say, but this scene is fogging up the glass a little too much, and YouTube can't take the heat. Grab the unabridged version of this audiobook, where the dirty details are left uninterrupted, and you never have to worry about your ad from TylaWalker.com. Get any digital product for 40% off, including audiobooks, ebooks, and bundles, by using YouTube-exclusive promo code SAVE40. Let's get back to the story. Shower time, she murmurs against my mouth, a teasing glint in her eyes. Feel free to join me. With that, she strides up the stairs, leaving me standing there, heart pounding and mind racing. I watch her go, my thoughts in turmoil. Is this more than just sex for her? The question gnaws at me as I consider everything we've shared. The laughs, the arguments, the raw passion. But this moment feels different. It feels real. Her invitation hangs in the air, a challenge and an offer wrapped into one. Do I join her? Do I take that step into something deeper? I pull up my pants, fastening them quickly, but my mind is anything but settled. I can hear the distant sound of water running upstairs, and it only serves to heighten my confusion. I walk to the kitchen, grabbing a glass of water, needing something, anything to distract myself from the storm in my head. As I take a sip, her words echo in my mind. Feel free to join me. It sounds like an invitation for more than just physical intimacy. But is it really? My thoughts drift back to all our moments together. The first time we met, the unexpected jolt of electricity when our hands brushed. I remember how she defended me at the gala, impressing Robert Langley with her legal acumen. Those moments felt real, genuine. But then there's the sex, intense, raw, and consuming. I lean against the kitchen counter, staring at nothing in particular. My past with Katherine looms large, a constant reminder of what happens when emotions get involved. Can I trust that Natalie's feelings are real? Or is this just another layer of our carefully constructed lie? The sound of laughter from upstairs pulls me back to reality. Natalie's laughter, soft and genuine. It tugs at something deep inside me. She's not just another woman. She's different. But different how? Different enough to risk everything? I set the glass down with a bit too much force, the clink reverberating through the empty kitchen. My hand runs through my hair as I pace back and forth. The memories of our arguments flash through my mind. Her passion, her drive, her willingness to challenge me. The question remains, is she here for me, or for what I represent? The thought gnaws at me as I head towards the stairs. Each step feels heavy with uncertainty. The sounds from the bathroom grow louder, the water splashing against tile, her humming a soft tune. It's domestic and intimate in a way that terrifies me. Standing at the base of the stairs, I hesitate. Do I go up? Do I confront these swirling doubts? Or do I stay here in the safety of my questions? I take a deep breath and place one foot on the first step.
Chapter 18. Natalie. I'm sitting at my desk, half-eaten sandwich in one hand and my phone pressed against my ear. Mark's voice crackles through the speaker, filling me in on his latest design project. Sounds like you're really nailing it, Mark. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Nat. How's the circus on your end? I chuckle softly. Same old, just juggling fire while walking a tightrope, you know. A sudden noise draws my attention to the door. Katherine strides in unannounced, her presence like a dark cloud descending over my office. Mark, I'll call you back, I say quickly, my tone shifting to one of steely resolve. Is everything okay? He asks, concern evident. I just need to handle some business. I'll call you back, I assure him and end the call. I turn to Katherine, who stands there with an infuriatingly smug expression. Who allowed you up here? I demand, my voice sharp. And what the hell do you want? Katherine's smile widens as if she relishes my irritation. Oh, Natalie, if you're as influential as you claim to be, you know it's not hard to get what you want. She crosses her arms and leans against the doorframe, her gaze steady and unflinching. I thought you might like to know a little more about Julian's history, especially our history. I raise an eyebrow. Skepticism lacing my voice. I'm not interested in your drama, Katherine. What's your angle? She laughs, a cold, hollow sound. You're sharp, Natalie. I'll give you that. But do you really think Julian's continued interest in you is purely personal? What are you implying? I keep my voice steady, though a knot tightens in my stomach. Julian and I were engaged, she begins, her tone dripping with feigned sincerity. I narrow my eyes at her, feeling a pang of unease. Go on. He needed me to secure certain deals, alliances that would benefit Hart Enterprises. Our engagement wasn't just a romance, it was strategic. That's ancient history, I snap, though doubt creeps into my mind. Is it? Katherine's gaze sharpens. I remain silent, processing her words. Katherine senses the crack in my armor and presses on. Think about it, she says softly. It's awfully funny how there were no issues or speculation about our relationship until Hart Enterprises won a big lawsuit that I had my hand in winning, of course. And then all of the sudden, once the check was deposited in Julian's bank, we were suddenly no longer compatible, she says. My pulse quickens. Katherine continues, each word driving deeper into my growing uncertainty. You only know his side of the story and what the media portrayed. You never cared to hear my side. But I'll assure you, his sole concern is to secure that merger with Argotech, she says, her voice almost pitying now. And once that ink dries on that line, you're as good as gone. I just wonder what excuse he will use for you. She looks at her nails as if she's a bird of prey, inspecting her talons. You had an affair with a client? Ooh, or maybe you embezzled money from the company. She looks me straight in the eye. Then you'll just be a footnote in some tabloid, just like I was. The room feels colder, and I struggle to maintain my composure. Katherine steps closer. I just thought you deserved to know, she says before turning to leave. I watch her go, my mind racing with conflicting thoughts. Could Julian really be using me? The memory of his tender moments, his vulnerability, they suddenly seem suspect under Katherine's revelation. As the door closes behind her, I sink into my chair, grappling with the heavy weight of doubt now hanging over me like a dark cloud. Suddenly, a manila envelope appears under my door. No doubt from Katherine. Her parting gift to sow doubt. I get up to grab it and retreat back to my desk. I hesitate, my fingers brushing the edge of the manila folder, its contents whispering promises of revelation and destruction. I open it, the faint smell of old paper wafting up. Inside are documents, emails, meeting notes, and photos, all meticulously organized. They detail Julian's past relationships, each one seemingly intertwined with business deals and strategic alliances. My eyes scan through an email exchange between Julian and his girlfriend before Katherine. It's chillingly professional, discussing their public appearances and how they'd impact potential donors to invest in the company. There's no trace of affection or warmth, just cold, calculated strategy. My stomach churns as I flip to another set of documents, this time with Katherine herself. Meeting notes from high-profile dinners, handwritten annotations on how their engagement would boost Hart Enterprises' image if the case went south. The meticulous planning is unnerving. There are photos, too, Julian and Katherine at various events. In each one, Julian wears the same composed expression I've seen countless times during board meetings and public appearances. Katherine's smile is wide, but her eyes, there's a sharpness to them that makes me shiver. I force myself to keep reading, though every word feels like a stab to my growing doubts. There are more emails, this time discussing the fallout of their breakup. Even in those exchanges, Julian remains calculating, discussing damage control and how to spin the narrative in Hart Enterprises' favor. A heavy weight settles in my chest as I close the folder. The evidence is damning. It paints a picture of a man who views relationships as mere tools for his business empire. But then, what about us? What about those moments where he seemed so genuine, so vulnerable? Were they all part of an elaborate act? The thought makes my heart ache. I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling as if it might offer some answers. My mind races with memories of Julian. Could it all have been a lie? Or is there more to him than these documents reveal? Does he even deserve the chance to explain himself? I sit on the edge of the bed, staring at the documents Katherine left me. The room feels smaller, the walls closing in as my thoughts spiral. How could Julian hide this from me? My chest tightens with a mix of anger and hurt. This envelope is like a punch to the gut, making me question everything about our arrangement. The hypocrisy of my feelings gnaws at me. I agreed to a fake marriage for money too, but knowing Julian might have done this before with ulterior motives makes it all feel tainted. I can't shake off the image of him with Katherine, plotting and scheming for personal gain. It feels like a betrayal, even though I know I'm not in any position to judge. My heart wars with my head. The logical part of me reminds me of our agreement's transactional nature, but my emotions refuse to quiet down. I stand up, pacing the room. The hardwood floor creaks under my restless steps. Did he ever care about me? Or was I just another pawn in his game? Every touch, every shared laugh, every intimate moment, were they real or calculated moves? A tear rolls down my cheek. Damn it, Natalie. I scold myself silently. You knew this was a business arrangement from the start. Yet, somewhere along the line, it changed for me. Somewhere between his protective gestures and vulnerable confessions, I let myself hope for something real. And now, this revelation shatters that fragile hope into jagged pieces. Julian's in his office, oblivious to the turmoil Katherine has stirred. But I can't let this fester any longer. Julian, I call out, my voice sharp and unsteady. Moments later, he appears in the doorway, surprise etched on his face. Natalie, what's going on? I thrust the documents toward him, unable to mask the bitterness in my tone. You tell me. Katherine gave me these. He takes the papers, his brow furrowing as he reads. What is this? Evidence, I say, crossing my arms. Of your past engagement to Katherine being partly financial. Flip on through and there's more from other poor girls you used and took advantage of. Julian's face darkens, and he tosses the papers onto the desk. This is ridiculous, and you know it. Is it? I snap, because it sure looks convincing. He steps closer, his eyes flashing with anger and something else. Hurt? She did the same thing to us, Natalie. Do you not see that? And do you really think I'm that guy? That I used all these people for money? Isn't this what this whole thing is based on? I wave my hands between us, signaling I'm referring to us. My voice rises, the frustration boiling over. You proposed this, and I agreed to this fake marriage for money too. Julian's expression softens, and he takes a deep breath. This is different and you know it, he shouts. Natalie, sit down, please. Just let me explain. Reluctantly, I sit at my desk, feeling the need to distance myself from him. Julian sits on the bed, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Katherine and I... It was a mess, he begins, his voice low and raw. Yes, there were financial considerations, but it wasn't just that. We had ambitions that aligned at first, but it fell apart because she wanted control more than anything else. I watch him closely, searching for any sign of deceit. Instead, I see vulnerability in his eyes. Katherine manipulated me, Julian continues, his voice bitter. She made me believe we were partners when she was only using me to climb higher. When I realized what was happening, it was too late. The engagement ended badly because I couldn't stand being her pawn. I feel a pang of empathy, despite my anger. Julian's recounting isn't just a defense. It's a confession of pain and betrayal. And now, he says softly, meeting my gaze, I'm terrified that all this is going to end up biting me in the ass the one time I actually have something too important to lose. The words hang heavy in the air between us. My anger dissipates slightly as I see the raw emotion in Julian's eyes. Julian, I start but trail off, unsure how to continue. He reaches out tentatively, his hand hovering near mine before pulling back. I don't want to lose you over Katherine's lies. I look at Julian, my heart pounding. His words hang heavy in the air, and I feel a mix of emotions: anger, confusion, empathy. I want to believe him, but the evidence Katherine provided still gnaws at me. Julian, I begin slowly, choosing my words carefully. I need to understand why you just didn't tell me all the details about this before. He sighs, running a hand through his hair. I was scared. Scared of what? I say, my voice shaking. He looks down, his expression pained. That you wouldn't agree to this if you knew the details from the beginning, he admits. That it would ruin it. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. But keeping secrets ruins things too. Julian nods slowly, acknowledging the truth in my words. I know, and I'm sorry. We sit in silence for a moment, the tension between us palpable. I don't know what to say next. Part of me wants to forgive him, to move past this and focus on what we have now. But another part of me is still hurt and unsure. I need time, I finally say, standing up and moving toward the window. The city lights blur as tears prick at my eyes. Julian doesn't try to stop me this time. He stays seated, watching me with a look of profound regret. I understand, he says quietly. Take all the time you need. I nod, not trusting myself to speak without breaking down completely. As he gets up and leaves the room, the weight of our unresolved tension haunts me like a shadow. I collapse onto the bed, burying my face in the pillows. The conversation plays over and over in my mind, leaving me feeling more confused than ever. Can we really move past this? Or is it just another obstacle too big to overcome? The questions swirl in my mind as I lie there, staring at the ceiling and wondering where we go from here. But for now, all I can do is try to find some clarity amidst the chaos.
Chapter 19. Julian. The rage burns hot in my veins as I storm into Katherine's office. I've had enough of her games, her petty attempts to tear down what I'm building with Natalie. She sits behind her desk, a smug look plastered on her face. Julian, she drawls, not bothering to stand. Such a pleasure. What brings you here? I slammed the door behind me, the sound echoing through the room. A good, healthy dose of karma, Katherine. Her eyes narrow slightly, but the smirk remains. Is that any way to talk to an old friend? Old friend? I scoff. You've done nothing but try to destroy my life since we split. She leans back in her chair, crossing her arms. A little dramatic, don't you think, Julian? You think you're untouchable, don't you? I step closer to her desk, looming over her. Her confidence wavers for a split second. What are you going to do, Julian? Threaten me. That won't change anything. I pull out my phone and tap a few buttons before tossing it on the desk. Her eyes flicker to the screen, widening as she reads the email displayed there. You're bluffing, she mutters, but there's a crack in her voice now. I guess you'll see this evening at 6 p.m. on any local televised news station, I say with a sly smile. I just want to make sure you're watching when you get your last 15 minutes of fame. Her face pales as she realizes I mean it. The email to the news stations details every dirty trick she's pulled, complete with evidence I've gathered over the years, enough to ruin her career and credibility forever. You wouldn't dare, she whispers, but we both know that's a lie. I wouldn't have. That is until you took it upon yourself to plant more seeds of doubt in Natalie. I lean in closer. Now no one will care to listen to anything you say when you lack such credibility when all this comes out. She swallows hard, finally breaking eye contact. You asshole, she spits out. This isn't over. It is for you. I grab my phone and walk out without another word. The weight of my actions settles in as I exit the building and head back to my office. As I step into the elevator and watch the doors close, a sense of relief washes over me. It's time to focus on what really matters, Natalie and securing our future together. I stand at the podium, the bright lights from the cameras nearly blinding me. The room buzzes with anticipation, journalists from every major media outlet packed shoulder to shoulder. This press conference isn't just about me, it's about setting the record straight. I clear my throat, the noise dying down almost instantly. Thank you all for coming today, I begin, my voice steady and resolute. I have a statement to make regarding recent allegations about my marriage and my company. A murmur ripples through the crowd, but I press on. For too long, I've allowed certain truths to remain hidden out of respect for my past relationship, but recent events have forced my hand. I take a deep breath, locking eyes with a few of the reporters. Katherine Lane, my ex-fiancée and high-ranking lawyer at Lane and Dow Associates, has engaged in an unethical manner that goes far beyond our personal history. The room erupts in shocked chatter. Cameras flash, and hands shoot up with questions, but I hold up a hand to silence them. I have proof, I say, pulling out a folder from under the podium. Documents that detail her actions, including emails and internal memos. I see their eyes widen as they take in the extent of Katherine's deception. This isn't just about Hart Enterprises, I continue. Katherine has a history of spreading false rumors and discrediting companies to elevate her own position. What she did to me and my wife is part of a much larger pattern. I glance at the papers in front of me before looking back up. She's been spreading rumors about my marriage to Natalie, I say, my voice hardening, claiming it's a PR stunt to stabilize Hart Enterprises. The room buzzes with energy as reporters scribble notes and whisper amongst themselves. I press on. These rumors are not only false, but are part of Katherine's ongoing attempt to undermine Hart Enterprises, just as she has done with countless other companies. I let that sink in for a moment before continuing. She's used similar tactics in the past, spreading misinformation, manipulating data, and creating scandals out of thin air to destroy her competition and secure her own success. I take another breath, my gaze sweeping across the room. But today, that ends. The truth is out there now, and I trust that you all will report it accurately. The reporters' faces are a mix of shock and determination as they process everything I've laid out before them. My job isn't over yet. I still have more questions to answer, but for now, I've made sure Katherine's lies won't go unchallenged. I take a deep breath, letting the weight of the room settle around me. The reporter's eyes are glued to me, pens poised, cameras rolling. This is my moment to set the record straight once and for all. Before I take any questions, I say, my voice steady and firm, I want to make something abundantly clear. Anyone who chooses to attack my character or Natalie's will be met with severe consequences. I let the words hang in the air, watching the ripple of surprise move through the crowd. Some journalists exchange glances, others scribble furiously in their notebooks. This is not a threat, I continue, locking eyes with as many of them as I can. This is a promise. She has been nothing but supportive and genuine throughout this entire ordeal. She doesn't deserve to be dragged through the mud because of Katherine's vendetta against me. A murmur rises among the journalists. I can see them processing my words, calculating the weight of my statement. I've already shown you what Katherine is capable of, I say, gesturing to the documents displayed on the screen behind me. Anyone who aligns themselves with her tactics will face legal action. The room goes silent again, a heavy tension settling over everyone present. They know I'm serious. There's no room for doubt. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of my next words. The room is still, every eye fixed on me, every camera lens trained on my face. I need to get this right. I need to say something personal, I begin, my voice steady but filled with emotion. This isn't just about business or corporate rivalry. This is about protecting the woman who has stood by my side through all of this. I look out into the sea of faces, but in my mind I see only Natalie. Natalie is my rock, my confidant. A murmur runs through the crowd, but I press on, finding strength in the truth of my words. If it hadn't been for her unwavering support and belief in me, I wouldn't have had the courage to tell you my side of the story. The room is silent again, hanging on my every word. She has made me a better person, I continue, feeling a lump form in my throat. Her integrity, her strength, they've inspired me to become a man worthy of her love and respect. I glance down at the podium for a moment, gathering myself before looking back up. I love her, I say, the words ringing out clear and true, and I will do everything in my power to protect her and our relationship. I see nods of understanding from some of the reporters, and a sense of relief washes over me. For once, it feels like they're seeing me as more than just a CEO or a headline. I stand here today not just as Julian Hart, CEO of Hart Enterprises, I conclude, but as a man who loves someone deeply and who is willing to fight for what truly matters. The room is silent for a moment before the reporters begin shouting questions again, but I've said what needed to be said. The truth is out there now, and there's no going back. I step back from the podium for a moment, letting them absorb everything I've said. The reporters' faces are a mix of curiosity and apprehension. No one wants to be on the wrong side of this story now. As we move forward, I conclude, I ask that you respect our privacy and focus on the facts at hand. Katherine's actions are under investigation, and the truth will prevail. With that, I step back fully from the podium, signaling that I'm ready for their questions. The room erupts in a flurry of activity as hands shoot up and voices call out for attention. But I've said what needed to be said. The line has been drawn clearly in the sand. Now it's time to see who dares to cross it.
Chapter 20. Natalie. Julian's penthouse feels like a cavernous tomb this morning. The echo of my footsteps on the polished floors is almost too much to bear. My suitcase lies open on the bed, half filled with clothes that still smell faintly of him. I try to ignore the sting in my chest as I fold a blouse, my vision blurring with unshed tears. I can't keep doing this, pretending that this is all just a business arrangement, when my heart yearns for something real, something true. Every glance, every touch has been a knife twisting deeper into my resolve. Julian left early today, throwing himself into work as usual. I couldn't face him. Not after last night, Not after realizing how deeply I've fallen for him. How foolish it feels now to think that I could guard my heart against someone like Julian Hart. I swipe at a tear trickling down my cheek and throw another dress into the suitcase with more force than necessary. Why did I ever agree to this? For Mark, I remind myself. But now it's more than that. It's me who wants him, who loves him. I move to the dresser, pulling open drawers and shoving clothes into the suitcase without care for wrinkles or order. His cologne lingers in the air, and it's torture. Sweet, intoxicating torture. It's pathetic how much I love him. Every time he looks at me with those piercing blue eyes or smiles that rare, genuine smile, my heart betrays me, and it's tearing me apart knowing it might be one-sided. The truth is brutal in its simplicity. Julian could never love me back. Not really. Not after everything he's been through. He's too guarded, too wounded by his past with Katherine and the betrayal he endured. I slam the drawer shut and clutch at the edge of the dresser, fighting sobs that threaten to break free. How did I let myself get here? A high-profile lawyer reduced to a heartbroken mess in a penthouse she doesn't belong in. Get it together, I whisper to myself, but my voice wavers. I grab a handful of socks and throw them into the suitcase. Each item packed feels like a step away from him, a step towards preserving whatever shreds of dignity I have left. As I zip up the suitcase, a pang of finality hits me. This isn't just about leaving Julian's home. It's about leaving behind the hope that we could ever be more than this fake marriage charade. I can't do this anymore. Not when every moment around him feels like dying a little inside, because all I want is for him to truly see me, to love me. And maybe that's too much to ask from someone who has given so much already, but never asked for anything real in return. With trembling hands, I pull the suitcase off the bed and head for the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. As I shove the last suitcase into the trunk of my car, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out, seeing Mark's name flash on the screen. My heart tightens, a mix of relief and dread swirling within me. I swipe to answer. "Hey, Mark," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. "Natalie." Mark's voice is brimming with excitement. "You won't believe what just happened." I lean against the car, my grip on the phone tightening. "What's going on?" "Julian," he begins, his voice trembling with emotion. "Julian cleared all my debts, every single one, the hospital bills, the mortgage, everything." My breath catches in my throat. "He did what?" "He paid it all off, Nat," Mark continues, his voice thick with gratitude. "I just got off the phone with the bank and the hospital. They confirmed it. Julian took care of everything." I blink back tears, struggling to process this information. Julian didn't mention anything about this to me. "Mark, are you sure?" I ask, needing to hear it again to believe it. "Yes, I'm sure," he exclaims. I don't even know how to thank him. This is life-changing for me. For us. I press a hand to my chest, feeling the weight of Julian's generosity settle over me like a heavy blanket. He did this for Mark, for us, without expecting anything in return. "Mark," I managed to say, my voice breaking. That's incredible." "I know," he replies softly. "Natalie, please thank him for me as soon as you see him, or please bring him with you to visit so I can tell him in person." Tears spill over as I close my eyes, leaning my head against the car window. Julian's act of kindness is almost too much to bear. "Mark," I say, my voice trembling. "Nat, what's wrong?" Mark's concern is immediate, grounding me in the chaos. "I can't do this anymore," I stammer, struggling to find the right words. "It hurts. Too much." "Do what exactly?" Mark's concerned voice comes across the line. I've let this go too far. I'm too involved. I'm in love with him, Mark, and I don't think he's capable of loving me back. I wipe furiously at my eyes, cursing the tears that have dared to fall. There's a pause on the line before Mark speaks again, his tone softer. Natalie? What have you been doing for the last hour or so? I bite my lip, tears spilling over. Packing up my things at the penthouse. I've got to go, Mark. I can't be that girl. Nat, Mark says gently. You haven't seen the news, have you? I blink, confused. What? No, I haven't had time to check anything. You need to see it, he insists. Julian held a press conference today. My heart skips a beat. A press conference for what? Oh God, what happened? Was it Katherine? I swear that bitch. Nat, pump the brakes a bit, he says. Yes, he exposed Katherine's dirty secrets, took her down completely. My heart does a flip-flop maneuver in my chest. But the most important part was he publicly announced his love for you, Mark reveals, his voice filled with awe. My breath catches in my throat. He did what? He told everyone about Katherine's lies and manipulations, Mark continues. He stood up for you, Nat, for both of you. I slump down against the car and land on the hard cement of the parking deck, overwhelmed by the flood of emotions crashing over me. Julian's declaration, his public stand against Katherine, changes everything. He loves me, I whisper, more to myself than to Mark. Yes, Mark affirms softly. He loves you. The tears come then, unstoppable and cathartic. I cry for the confusion, the fear, and the overwhelming relief of knowing that Julian's feelings are real. Thank you, I manage to choke out between sobs. Take your time, Nat, Mark soothes. And when you're ready, talk to him. Really talk to him. I will, I promise, feeling a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. Mark continues to give me a pep talk as I sit there for a moment longer, letting the reality of Julian's actions sink in fully. His love, his unwavering support, gives me the strength I need to face whatever comes next. At that moment, I hear the elevator ding, and I look up and catch sight of Julian walking toward me, looking upset. My heart leaps into my throat. Damn, I'll call you back, I say quickly, hanging up the phone and begin wiping away at my tear-streaked cheeks, trying to compose myself. Natalie? Julian's voice is rough, filled with a mixture of anger, hurt, and concern. Baby, where are you going?
Chapter 21. Julian. The driver barely has time to pull over before I fling the door open and sprint toward the hotel entrance. My lungs burn with each breath, but it doesn't matter. I need to get to Natalie, and I need to do it now. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my heart pounding in my chest louder than the slap of my shoes against the concrete steps. Sweat trickles down my back as I reach our penthouse floor. Bursting through the door, I'm met with an eerie silence. Natalie! My voice echoes in the emptiness. No response. Panic seizes me as I rush to her bedroom. The closet doors gape open, revealing nothing but hangers swaying slightly, taunting me with their emptiness. Her drawers hang out, bare as well. No, 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 I mutter, frantically looking around. She can't leave me, not now. Without thinking, I bolt to the elevator and jab at the button repeatedly, as if sheer force could make it move faster. It crawls down floor by agonizing floor until finally the doors slide open on the parking garage level. My eyes scan the dimly lit space until they land on her. Natalie is sitting on the concrete floor next to her car, knees pulled up to her chest. Her eyes are puffy and streaked with mascara. Natalie! I shout as I run towards her. She looks up, startled and weary. Baby, where are you going? I ask her as I squat down to her position. Seeing her like this, crumpled on the cold concrete, rips my heart apart. I sit beside her, reaching out but stopping short of touching her. The vulnerability in her eyes freezes me in place. "Julian," she starts, her voice breaking. "I woke up this morning and I realized I can't stay here and risk my heart being broken anymore." "What do you mean?" My voice trembles despite my effort to sound strong. "Being around you, feeling this way, it's killing me," she whispers. "I can't keep rubbing salt in an open wound, pretending it doesn't hurt." I swallow hard, trying to understand. "Natalie, I don't want to hurt you. That's the last thing I want." "But you might not feel the same way," she continues, tears glistening in her green eyes. "Or even have the capacity to love me back like I love you." The weight of her words crushes me. How could she think I don't feel the same? "Natalie, listen to me." She cuts me off with a shaky hand raised between us. "I can't keep doing this to myself, Julian. I can't keep pretending when it's all just an act for you." "It's not an act," I protest, desperation creeping into my tone. "What we have is real. What I feel for you is real." Her lip quivers as she looks away, unable to meet my eyes. "You don't understand. Every day, every night, I'm falling deeper for you, and it terrifies me that it's one-sided." "It's not one-sided," I say fiercely, grabbing her hands and holding them tight. "I fell for you, Natalie. Harder than I ever thought possible." Her gaze snaps back to mine, searching for truth in my words. "Then why didn't you say anything?" "Because I'm scared too," I admit, my voice rough with emotion. "Scared of losing you if I mess this up." I gently pull Natalie up from the cold concrete, wrapping my arms around her waist to steady her. She leans into me, her body trembling with suppressed emotion. With my thumb, I wipe away the tear streaks under her eyes, brushing her cheek tenderly. "Natalie," I begin, my voice thick with emotion. "I'm in love with you." Her eyes widen slightly, and I can see the flicker of hope mixed with doubt. "I'm serious," I continue, my hands cupping her face now. "You've made me a better man. You've shown me what it means to care about someone beyond business deals and mergers." She starts to say something, but I gently press a finger to her lips. "No, let me finish. Every moment without you feels like an eternity. And if proving my love means flying us to Vegas right now and getting married on the spot, then damn it, that's what we'll do." Her eyes search mine, looking for any sign of deceit or hesitation. She finds none. "I don't want to spend another moment without you," I confess, my voice barely above a whisper now. "You've become the most important person in my life. You make me want to be better. Do better." She opens her mouth again, but this time it's to ask the question that hangs heavy in the air between us. "Do you really mean that?" I lean in closer, our foreheads touching. "Yes, Natalie. I love you more than words can ever express." Her breath catches, and for a moment we just stand there, wrapped in each other's presence. "Please," I plead softly, "stay with me. Let's build something real together." The silence stretches out as she processes my words. Then slowly, she nods, her lips curving into a small but genuine smile. "I love you too," she whispers back. Relief floods through me as I pull her into a tight embrace, feeling like everything finally makes sense. Natalie's eyes sparkle as she laughs, the sound like music after the storm we've weathered. "You know, I think I liked this declaration of love better than the synopsis Mark gave me of your press conference." I laugh too, a deep, genuine sound that feels like the first breath of fresh air in days. "Wait, if you knew what I said at the press conference, why were all your bags packed?" A rueful smile tugs at her lips. "Mark called just in the nick of time. I was putting the last of my bags in the car when he told me everything." I pull her closer, relief and love swirling inside me. Her eyes well up with tears again, but this time they're filled with gratitude. "Julian, thank you for what you did for Mark. I will never be able to repay you." I brush a stray tear from her cheek, looking deep into those green eyes that have become my world. The only thing you need to do is let me love you fiercely for the rest of our lives. That would be more than enough." She takes a shaky breath, her fingers tightening around mine. "You mean that?" "Absolutely," I say firmly. "You're my family now, and that makes Mark family too. I'll take care of him because he's important to you, and because you are the only family I've ever really known." Natalie lets out a small sob, burying her face in my chest. I hold her tight, feeling the weight of all our struggles lift as we stand there together. "I love you so much," she whispers against my shirt. "I love you too," I whisper back. We stay like that for a moment longer, just holding each other and letting the reality of our new beginning sink in. The office is a madhouse, a whirlwind of champagne corks popping and laughter echoing off the walls. I weave through the crowd, accepting handshakes and slaps on the back, but my eyes keep drifting to her. Natalie stands near the window, a glass of champagne in hand, surrounded by a group of my top executives. She's always been beautiful, but tonight she's radiant. Her green eyes sparkle with an ease I've never seen before. Stress-free suits her. She's laughing, genuinely engaging with my business partners as if she belongs here. Maybe she does. "Julian," Robert Langley calls out, dragging me back to reality. "Hell of a win today. And that merger. Solid work." "Thanks, Robert," I respond, forcing a smile while my gaze flickers back to Natalie. She catches me looking and tilts her head slightly, offering a small, private smile that sends my heart racing. God, I am so gone for this woman. I excuse myself from Robert's conversation and make my way over to her. As I approach, she finishes whatever witty comment had everyone laughing and turns her full attention to me. "Julian," she greets me warmly, holding up her glass in a mock toast. "Looks like you're the man of the hour." "We both are," I reply, clinking my glass with hers. "Couldn't have done it without you." Her smile widens, and for a moment, it's just us in this chaotic office. The world outside fades away as I look at her. "Can we talk?" I ask quietly. She nods, understanding flashing in her eyes. We step aside into my office, shutting out the noise from the celebration. "You were amazing today," I tell her once we're alone. "Thank you," she replies softly. It feels good to finally see everything coming together. I reach out and take her hand, feeling the familiar jolt of electricity at the touch. It's not just about the case or the merger. You've been incredible through all of this. Natalie squeezes my hand gently. "So have you." "Natalie," I start, my voice low and earnest. "I've been thinking a lot about us, about everything we've been through." Her hand is still in mine, and I can feel the slight tremor there. She's nervous, but she doesn't pull away. "Julian, what is it?" I take a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. This isn't something I can screw up. Not now. Not when everything hangs in the balance. When both knew when we started this that it was just a clever ruse, but somewhere along the way it became more than that. Her eyes widen slightly, but she stays silent, letting me speak. "I've watched you handle impossible situations with grace and strength," I continue. "You've shown me what real partnership looks like, both in business and in life." "Julian," her voice is barely above a whisper. "I can't imagine going through this without you," I say, my words rushing out now. And not just this merger or the mess that accompanied it. I mean life. Everything that comes after. Her breath catches as she realizes where I'm going with this. I get down on one knee and pull out the Cartier diamond that's been burning a hole in my pocket for days. "Natalie Carter," I say, my heart pounding in my chest. "Will you be my wife? For real this time?" She smiles, a brilliant, breathtaking smile that lights up her entire face. "Yes," she says simply, her voice strong and sure. Relief and joy flood through me as I pull her into my arms, kissing her deeply. This is it. This is what I've been missing all these years. When we finally pull apart, we're both breathless but grinning like idiots. "Yes?" I ask again, just to hear it one more time. Yes, she laughs softly. I'll be your wife. I can't help but stare at her, my mind racing with everything we've been through. The way she said yes, so sure, so genuine, it's all I need to hear. The emotion wells up inside me, a mix of relief, joy, and an intense desire I can't ignore any longer. Natalie, I murmur, my voice husky as I pull her closer. Her body presses against mine, and the sensation sends a shiver down my spine. Yes? She asks, looking up at me with those captivating green eyes. I need you, I whisper, my hand cupping her face gently. Right now. Her breath hitches slightly and she nods, understanding my urgency. Then have me. I'm all yours, she says with a sinister smile. Damn right, you're all mine, I say with a growl as I lead her back to the couch. As we sink onto the couch, I'm consumed by the need to be closer to her, to feel every part of her. Our kisses grow hungrier, more demanding. Her hands slide under my shirt, and I can't suppress the groan that escapes my lips. Julian, she whispers against my lips, her voice trembling with desire. Natalie, I murmur back, my hands roaming over her body, feeling the heat of her skin through the fabric of her dress. God, I need you. She gasps as my lips trail down her neck, her body arching into mine. I need you more. Have I told you before that the first time I laid eyes on you walking in this office that I had dreams of ravishing you on every surface in here? I say while kissing her neck. Yes, I do recall that, she says with a heady sigh. My hands find the zipper of her dress, pulling it down slowly. Her skin is warm and soft under my fingertips. She shivers as I kiss my way down her collarbone, her breath coming in short gasps. Well, we don't have time to christen everything in here tonight, baby. Seeing as there's a surprise engagement party soon to follow when we return. But we will start with this couch, I say into her skin. Oh, she moans softly, driving me wild. I strip off my jacket and tie, yanking my shirt over my head. Her eyes rake over me hungrily as she pulls me back down to her. Our mouths collide again, more urgent this time. Clothes are discarded hastily, forgotten on the floor. I gaze down at Natalie, her body glistening in the dim light, every curve and line a masterpiece. Her green eyes meet mine, filled with raw desire and love. She's beautiful, absolutely stunning, and the way she moves beneath me, writhing, arching, drives me to the edge of madness. I am the luckiest man in the world, I whisper, my voice hoarse with emotion, that I get to spend every day waking up beside you. Her breath catches as she looks up at me, her lips parting slightly. I can't hold back any longer. Unfortunately, YouTube's guidelines can't handle the spice we're about to deliver. That's why you need to go to tylawalker.com and grab the full, uncut version. Better yet, use the discount code SAVE40 to snatch this story at 40% off of this story and any other digital product that catches your eye. Back to the story.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.